Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back to the World Bio Summit 2024. My name is Jessica Seung Lee, and today I'll be guiding you through today's proceedings as well. And once again, on behalf of the organizers, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us today, both online and offline. Thank you very much for joining us today. So now it's time to begin our Day 2 program, and this time we will start Session 2 of the World Bio Summit 2024. So this second session is titled Robust, Resilient, Responsive Supply Chain, and we will talk about efforts to build a resilient global bio supply chain. And in this session, we will explore responses and strategies for strengthening the global bio supply chain, as well as diversification of a partnership to enhance supply chain resilience. So we will have a 6 esteemed presentation here at the site. After that, we will deep dive into our panel discussion. We ask for your active participation and great interest until the very end. Thank you. And before we meet our presenters here on the podium, let me take a few minutes to introduce our distinguished guests and speakers who are joining here at the site. So once I mention their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, Mr. Seo Dong-chul, Director of the Pharmaceutical Policy Research Institute, is joining us today. Let us welcome him. Thank you. And next, we are also joined by Ambassador Dr. Choi Jae-wook, Special Representative for Global Health Security of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you. And it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Laura B. Martin, Director of the Vaccine Program at the United States Pharmacopoeia. Thank you. And next, we're also joined by Ms. Daphne von Volkswagen, Head of Policy Coordination and International Cooperation at the European Union Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority. Please welcome her. Thank you. And next, we're also joined by Ms. Lena Hess, a Policy Officer for International Relations at HERA. Let's welcome her. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you. And today, we are also joined by Mr. James Che, Vice President of Samsung Biologics. Let's welcome him. Next, Mr. Frederick Christensen, Managing Director of RVMC, is joining us here at the site. Let's welcome him. Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you. And today, we do have with us Dr. Matthew Downham, Director of Manufacturing and Supply Chain and Networks at the CEPI. Please welcome him. Thank you. Last but not least, please join me in welcoming Ms. Park Jin-sun, Head of SK Bioscience. Thank you. So now we will begin this session, the second session, with some words of congratulations and, of course, opening remarks. First, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome Mr. Seo Dong-chul, Director of the Pharmaceutical Policy Research Institute, who will be delivering the opening remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dong Su, and it is my honor to be the moderator for this session about drug supply chain management with eminent speakers. We have a total of 7 presenters and panel discussion members. I'm excited to hear their ideas about how we could build robust and efficient supply chains to meet the growing demand for medications. During and after pandemic, drug supply chain became one of the most important topics in public health area in all countries. So globally, countries are currently restructuring their supply chains and promoting pharmaceutical self-sufficiency to protect their biopharmaceutical industry, while expanding government-led R&D infrastructure and investments. Through this session, I look forward to hearing our panel members' experience and ideas in building global pharmaceutical supply chains and how we overcome both expected and unexpected challenges to build stable supply chain of medications. The panelists will also discuss the impact of their respective countries or organizations' policies that help establish and managing strong, stable supply chains. We will then discuss different strategies and the best policies to strengthening international communication and collaboration for building stable and efficient medication supply chains. From this session, I hope everyone in the audience obtains several key takeaway messages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Thank you for opening this meaningful session and also outlining what this session is about. So we look forward to in-depth discussion where he will be also joining us as a moderator. Thank you once again for your support. And next, we will listen to some words of congratulations. And this time, it is my honor to invite Ambassador Dr. Choi Jae-ok, Special Representative for Global Health Security. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here. Once again, I'd like to comment about the very distinguished VIP on today's meeting, Dr. Dong-chul Seo, CEO and moderator of these sessions, and Dr. Laura B. Mari, and Ms. Daphne Pon Bookshaw-Beden, and Mr. James Choi, and Mr. Frederick Christensen, and Dr. Day2 Downhams, and Mr. Park Jin-seok. Yeah. So distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and privilege to join you for World Bio Summit. I would like to congratulate and thank the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the World Health Organization for co-hosting this meaningful event. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed the restrictions on people's movement and serious damage to the global economy, and most devastatingly, the loss of more than 7 million lives globally. The pandemic has taught us that health issues have far-reaching impact that extend well beyond the health sector. They are directly linked with our security, national security and global security as well. No one can be safe until everyone is safe, as we learned from during the COVID-19 pandemic. To build on the lesson learned, the Korean government launched the World Bio Summit, marking its the third anniversary this year. The summit aims to strengthen global health capability under the theme, the future investment for health and secure decade. In particular, the session 2 of the summit is dedicated to exploring issues related to the global pharmaceutical supply chain, specifically the current state of the drug shortage, their causes, and future responses. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, The COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare weakness in our supply chain, including those of pharmaceutical raw materials. Unfortunately, the supply chain disruption accelerated as many governments adopted as my nation first approach, imposing trade restrictions and securing vaccines and medicine for their own people. With this experience in mind, we needed to put our heads together and reaffirm our resolve to address these significant supply chain issues. As we know, there are a number of factors and stakeholders that increase the complexity, the pharmaceutical supply chain. The pharmaceutical supply chain encompasses the process of sourcing raw materials, manufacturing, distributing, and delivering products. The pharma supply chain network that comprises various stakeholders, including raw material supplier, manufacturers, regulatory authorities, wholesaler, pharmacists, healthcare providers, and patients as well. The speakers who are here with us today all have a stake in the pharmaceutical supply chain. I'm confident that your invaluable experience and knowledge make the discussions more productive and engaging. Health crises such as pandemics are closely related to the global connectivity. No nation is immune to the public health crisis. Global cooperation is the key to tackling global health challenges. By strengthening the resilience of the global supply chain for pharmaceuticals, we can alleviate drug shortages that affect many countries nowadays. Once again, I congratulate our co-hosts for organizing these sessions on the global supply chain, and I thank to speakers and all participants for your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Che. Thank you for your meaningful remarks. Thank you. And I believe that we all in this room agree that we need to build a robust and responsive supply chain, also to cooperate in order to respond effectively to health emergencies as well. And ladies and gentlemen, before we invite our speakers to the stage, we will have a brief moment to have a photo session. So Ambassador Che and our moderators, Ho, please come up to the stage. And we'd like to also welcome Director General Chong. Please come up to the stage and join this photo shoot. And our moderators and our speakers, can we please come up to the stage and have a brief photo session to commemorate this session too. Thank you. So we'd like to welcome you to the stage. Please be at the center of the stage. 네, 무대 중앙에 좀 자리를 해주시면 양 옆으로 저희 연사분들께서 서 주시겠습니다. Can we have some of our speakers at this side? Yes, thank you. I believe we are now ready to take a photo shoot. And first photo shoot, just look at the camera. Please show your huge smile towards the camera. And we will have one more photo shoot with our next background, which will be our session page. We will have the second one. Please look at the camera. And lastly, this is cheer up pose in Korea. Please use your right hand side. Yes, please use your right hand, and let's do this together. Our main session 2. Fighting! Look at the camera, please. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our esteemed speakers and guests for honoring us with their presence. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. And as we mentioned at this session, we will have 6 presentations on the importance of strong and resilient and responsive supply chains. And it's time to welcome our first presenter to the stage. And before we invite her to the stage, let me briefly introduce the topic of this presentation. So the topic of this first presentation will be the current state of the global pharmaceutical supply chain, and this meaningful presentation will be delivered by Dr. Laura B. Martin, and she is the director of the vaccine program at the United States Pharmacopoeia, and she's joining us here today. Thank you for your precious time. And I believe now we can welcome you to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank the organizers of the World Bio Summit, the session organizers, as well as the chair for inviting the U.S. Pharmacopoeia to be part of the kickoff discussions for supply chain today. At USP, we care greatly about end-to-end supply chain and resiliency. USP is an independent, nonprofit, scientific-driven organization focused on enabling safe, quality, and beneficial medical products for all. We work to strengthen the global supply chain so that medicines people rely on are available and can be trusted. For more than 200 years, USP works where it matters most, on rigorous science and the standards we set. Our universal principle is equitable access, a fundamental right that transcends all boundaries. This is reflected in our global footprint that allows USP to understand country challenges and provide tailored solutions. USP has projects in more than 90 countries, implemented by staff in over 20 offices around the world, and multiple state-of-the-art labs in the US and in India. Everyone deserves access to quality medicines. Drug shortages can result in significant harm not only to the patient, but to the population and the entire health system. USP's resilience profile aims to mitigate supply chain disruptions on many levels. And I will double-click on a number of these today, defining our standards and guidelines, our supply chain mapping, extended manufacturing capabilities, as well as our global health programs. So the first of these are USP standards and guidelines. USP is codified into US law and legally recognized elsewhere around the world. Nearly 10,000 standards are used in over 140 countries to ensure quality from the suppliers of raw materials through to the patient. This end-to-end supply chain is complex, lengthy, and with many interdependencies. The USP standards underpin our actionable solutions that mitigate against the 4 drivers we have shown to correlate with drug shortages, that being price, geographic localization of manufacture, manufacturing or product complexity, and quality issues. The second of these is USP's supply chain mapping. The US drug market relies heavily on local as well as international suppliers of final drug products, APIs, key starting materials, and excipients. Our medicine supply map is an early warning tool providing signals of potential disruption or shortages. It uses FDA and WHO public data, international trade information, and US proprietary sources. More than 40 different data sets are continually assessed by artificial intelligence and predictive analytics to identify, characterize, quantify, and predict shortages. The medicine supply map includes approximately 2,500 final products, as well as APIs used in the US prescription labels, and information on 4,000 finished product and 1,000 API manufacturing facilities and their distributors globally. This intelligence on the size and the scope of drug shortage risks allows for informed policy and decision-making, including prediction and detection of shortages, production and inventory prioritization, purchasing decisions, and alternate sourcing or opportunities across the supply chain. USP's medicine supply map data is provided monthly to subscribers as a searchable Excel spreadsheet file. We are soon to launch an interactive, user-friendly web interface which will enable real-time access for delineation of who's manufacturing what material, where it's being manufactured, and what is at risk. But still, there is needed more transparency on the upstream supply chain. USP is working to further expand the medicine supply chain to potential shortages of key starting materials, intermediates, and excipients. In doing this, their commercial volume will be assessed, who is making them and where they are being made, as well as what their risks and appropriate mitigation strategies could be. And logically, USP would like to try and take this same methodology and apply it as it has been done in the drug space to biosimilars and complex biologics, such as vaccines and monoclonal antibodies. Thirdly, expanding manufacturing where it is needed most. USP works to expand the greater geographical distribution of manufacturing capacities, which is essential for the equitable uptake of medical products. USP works to identify common challenges and opportunities among manufacturers and regulatory agencies. USP then provides solutions through the development of new standards, characterization models, and digital methods. One example of this is the effort we are currently putting into promoting continuing manufacturing processes and the underlying regulatory considerations for its use. These solutions are then scaled out by leveraging USP's global reach to disseminate solutions around the world. So finally, our global health programs. For more than 30 years, USP has been implementing projects in resource-limited settings. We continue to tackle the factors correlating with supply chain risk, such as the aforementioned manufacturing complexity, the geographical distribution of manufacturing networks through supporting of local and regional manufacturing, the value proposition and reasonable, sustainable pricing, which enables the sector to succeed, and of course, quality, the foundation of trust in medicines. The impact of USP efforts in global health has been realized on 4 continents and in greater than 90 countries. We support access to medicines produced by more than 120 manufacturers, ensuring capabilities and capacities of more than 120 national quality control laboratories and diagnostic labs around the world. And of course, one of our key technical assistance areas is strengthening the regulatory systems and regulatory agencies where we have advanced more than 70 countries. USP is committed to supporting healthcare from lab to patient through scientific information, rigorous standards, and collaboration with all players across the supply chain. If you would like to expand your impact and support USP mission by becoming an expert volunteer, please see me after the session and we can have a discussion about how to make that happen. And with that, I thank you and look forward to the rest of our presentations.
Thank you. Dr. Laura B. Martin joined us today to deliver this meaningful presentation. Next, let's move to our second presentation, and the topic will be EU policies and future plans for stabilizing the pharmaceutical supply chain. And this presentation will be delivered by Ms. Lena Hess, Policy Officer for International Relations at the European Union Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, or HERA. So with that introduction, let's welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here today and to present you the European Union's policies and future plans for supply chain stability. Shortages of medicines have been a growing concern throughout the European Union and around the world. Vulnerabilities and dependencies in medicine supply chains directly affect our citizens' health and the European Union's health and economic security. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Russian military aggression against Ukraine have exposed Europe's supply chain dependencies and the risk that economic dependency could be weaponized. The winter of 2022-2023 has also underlined weak spots in medical supply chains, as shortages of key medicines, including antibiotics, left patients at risk and sparked public and political concern. There are various reasons leading to shortages of medicines. One major cause is the lack of effective planning for unexpected and sudden spikes in demand, which can result from unexpected health crises, seasonal epidemics, or other emergencies that rapidly increase the need for a specific medicine. Sudden demand puts a strain on production and distribution channels that are not prepared to manage these sudden increases and therefore leading to gaps in supply. National procurement strategies often prioritize cost savings and negotiate very low prices for medicines. While this approach may reduce immediate healthcare costs, it also has the unintended effect of pushing manufacturers outside the European Union to move production outside to remain profitable. Manufacturing and quality issues can also be a common problem, especially when there are only a few producers for a specific medicine. So any disruption in production, such as quality failures or regulatory shutdowns, can lead to significant shortages. The production of many essential medicines relies on APIs, which are frequently sourced from only a few countries outside the European Union. This high dependency introduces geopolitical risks, as any political, economic, or logistical challenges in these countries can lead to sudden and severe disruptions in our supply chains. Together, these factors create a complex web of vulnerabilities that can quickly lead to shortages. Let's consider the case of amoxicillin. You can see on this map that the manufacturers of the API are concentrated in Asia. This does not only apply to the number of manufacturers, but also the market share or the production output. Shortages have wide-ranging effects on our health systems and economies. Pharmacies across Europe spend around 10 hours per week to manage shortages, which is taking away time from the patients and adding in operational stress. 69% of generics in the European Union have fewer than 2 suppliers, meaning supply chain disruptions are harder to manage and alternatives may not be available if a supplier fails. Since 2012, 26% of generics have disappeared from the European market, reducing treatment options and often driving up costs. And in the past decade, generic medicines withdrawals have increased by 12%, while new generic launches are down by 3%, showing a very worrying trend of reduced access to affordable medicines over time. European leaders have called on the European Commission to propose urgent measures to address these challenges in our global supply chains. The EU has recognized that addressing these vulnerabilities is essential for the resilience of the EU's healthcare system and therefore proposed a set of various measures. As a first step, we have identified 200 active substances considered critical, based on therapeutic indications and the availability of suitable alternatives. Second, we've performed a pilot exercise to assess the supply chain vulnerabilities of a first group of 11 critical medicines from that list. These conclusions have shown the risk of overdependence on a few APIs and existing market concentration, putting the sustainability at risk. We have then set up the Critical Medicines Alliance, a consultative mechanism bringing together stakeholders from our European Union member states, key industries, civil society, and the scientific community. It aims to identify key areas and priorities for action in order to both identify further vulnerabilities and to determine how to address these vulnerabilities. This industrial alliance will develop recommendations to EU decision makers for industrial policy and coordinated action against shortages, therefore contributing to the reinforcement of EU's industrial competitiveness and open strategic autonomy in health. The work draws on various strategies, including a set of actions to mitigate structural risks, notably by making demand more predictable, encouraging diversification, or EU stockpiling if necessary. But securing access to critical medicines is not our only goal. We also want to ensure that imported products meet high environmental and social standards. This is why we are exploring ways to level the playing field with importers from third countries. Engaging with international partners is a crucial step towards enhancing the resilience of our supply chains. No single country produces all the medicines it requires, and no medicine is manufactured in every country. Effective risk diversification requires global dialogue on strategies to enhance solidarity and avoid protectionist responses to crises that hinder the flow of medicines, of APIs, and therefore disrupt supply chains. This is especially important given the complexity and interconnected nature of our supply networks. We, as the Commission, want to explore opportunities for collaboration with non-EU countries to support efforts in diversification of supply chains. For example, we want to leverage existing bilateral forums and establish new forms of multilateral cooperation with strategic partners, including large-scale manufacturing countries. Multilateral initiatives like the G20 Coalition for Local and Regional Production and Innovation play a vital role in this international endeavor. The European Union is already supporting local manufacturing of health products, for instance through a Team Europe approach in Africa and a EU, Latin America and Caribbean partnership to advance manufacturing and access to vaccines, therapeutics and health technologies. Another step we've taken at European level is the voluntary solidarity mechanism. It enables European Union and European Economic Area member states, where all other possibilities are exhausted, to flag their needs of a specific medicine in critical shortage at national level to other member states, so that they can indicate the availability of that medicine and that this one could be redistributed. We now aim to establish an international mechanism for situations where member states' capacities alone cannot meet these needs. And this would allow us to seek assistance from our global partners and vice versa. To facilitate this, we will leverage existing international platforms, such as the Drug Shortages Global Regulatory Working Group, which already brings together regulators from Australia, Canada, the EU, Japan, the UK, the US, and the WHO as a permanent observer. This group enhances cooperation, shares timely information, aligns mitigation strategies, and strengthens our pharmaceutical supply chains. The Commission is also exploring legislative tools, and we will come forward with a Critical Medicines Act during the course of 2025. The Act would potentially include procurement measures to help make demand more predictable, measures to maintain and strengthen European manufacturing capacity, and measures to develop strategic partnerships to diversify supply chains. In addition, we are promoting research and development activities for innovative health and life sciences solutions, and will come forward with a Biotech Act also in the course of 2025. In summary, the European Commission is taking key steps to secure stable pharmaceutical supply chains, from enhancing joint procurement and prioritizing supply security in public tenders, supporting innovation to boost preparedness in health crisis, diversifying supply chains, to building strategic international partnerships. These actions are essential to safeguard the health of our citizens, but achieving this requires working in synergy with our international partners and leveraging existing initiatives to strengthen our collective resilience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Lena Hess, for your valuable presentation. And let's go to the next presentation. The topic of the third and the next presentation is corporate responses to pharmaceutical supply chain issues. And this presentation is prepared by Mr. James Che, Vice President of Samsung Biologics. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, I'm James Choi from Samsung Biologics, and pleased to represent the private sector and what we're doing to enhance the supply chains and get ready for the potential next pandemic. Just a high-level overview of the Samsung Group, in case you're not familiar. Many of you know us from our mobile devices and our electronics business, but we also have a very successful engineering construction as well as other digital-type businesses, which we really leveraged to get a jump start in building out our biopharmaceutical business, which we started about 13 years ago. Leveraging the Samsung speed and operational excellence, we founded two companies. One is a CDMO, a contract development and manufacturing organization called Samsung Biologics, which I represent, and another business called Samsung Bioepis, which specializes in biosimilars. Quick overview of Samsung Biologics. Over the past 13 years, we've really added to our portfolio of platforms that we support, mostly mammalian antibodies, monoclonal antibodies, but we also ventured out into bispecifics and multispecifics. And ADCs are something that we currently provide the mAb support for, and early next year, as I'll mention later on, we'll be able to provide full conjugation linking services. We also are looking into recombinant proteins, and we built out a facility that supports mRNA and, of course, along with it, nanobodies. At the bottom, you'll see our total capacity. We currently have BioCampus 1 with 604 kiloliters of total capacity. And with BioCampus 2 on the horizon, we'll go live with our first plant at BioCampus 2 in April of next year, adding 720 kiloliters upon completion of the entire BioCampus, which currently gives us the largest total manufacturing capacity for mammalian antibodies anywhere in the world. And I mentioned our ADC plant. Our drug product capabilities are what came into use during the COVID pandemic. I'll talk about that. And we expanded our commercial presence by opening sales offices in the United States. Quickly, what do CDMOs do for biopharma? Number one, they provide scalable supply, enabling speed to market of life-saving therapeutics to patients all around the world. We also provide a way for biopharma companies to reduce their risk and heavy investments into building large facilities by leveraging our technology and innovation that gives them the ability to focus on their core area, which is discovering new molecules and therapeutics. We provide small biotechs with services on the development side, as well as cater to large global pharmas for blockbuster drugs and critical medicines that are at commercial scale. If you look at the full range of services, just quickly, we offer on the development side everything from proprietary platforms that our clients can leverage, or we can help them develop and scale up their molecules all the way up to the commercial stage on their platforms. And once at the commercial stage, we provide a range of scales from medium to large scale manufacturing, including N-1 perfusion, drug product fill and finish, all the way including regulatory approvals that are critical to making sure these medicines get to all the markets that our clients serve, and ultimately to the patients. All of this has led to a very stable business track record. We now have over 110 clients and counting, with 17 of the top 20 largest global biopharmaceutical companies as our clients. We reached rapid growth in 13 years, and we now have 11 consecutive years of being named as a CDMO leadership by our clients. You'll see some very familiar brands there that we're proud to say are clients that are currently disclosed. And the number of our regulatory global approvals keeps increasing. In fact, this number is already outdated. As of now, we have about 335 total approvals and counting. Quickly switching gears to a role of CDMOs in supply chains, and what we heard this morning from our speakers on what causes drug shortages, and we'll share with you our experience. There are two factors, internal and external. Internal, from our client's perspective, is that there are delays with manufacturing, meaning there could be issues scaling up plants. It requires heavy risk and investment, as I mentioned before, from many of the clients to invest in capital to build these plants, which comes down to business decisions. External factors, as we've seen, could be geographic instability, geopolitical instability, I should say, as well as raw material shortages that we've heard this morning. And ultimately, this leads to a global supply-demand situation that could be lopsided. And what we've done as Samsung Biologics is really partner as a CDMO and really providing our clients with multi-sourcing strategies. And on the geopolitical front, we're proud to be a part of the inauguration of the B5 coalition of like-minded nations to look at how to stabilize and have a response to the geopolitical risks that we're currently seeing. And now really, we want to share some best practices and lessons learned from the recent COVID pandemic. One thing we learned was the power of mRNA and new therapeutics that the world wasn't used to, and being ready to deliver on that. We're proud to say that we help provide drug product fill and finish for Moderna's Spikevax vaccine, which was distributed here in Asia. And that led us to really invest preemptively in not only the drug product, but also the drug substance capabilities. So we now have a ready-to-go mRNA drug production, substance production facility that has the capacity to produce up to 500 million doses per year. In terms of some other innovative and things to demonstrate Samsung's agility, we heard this morning that COVID, as we all experienced, resulted in travel restrictions and the inability to get from places that we're used to before. That impacted our clients and also the regulatory bodies. So one of the technologies that we invested in early on was a way to virtually allow our clients and regulatory bodies to do inspections. And the FDA was one of the first bodies to leverage the service with us. It was an extraordinary time during the pandemic, and it helped one of our clients get accelerated approval of a COVID therapeutic. Lilly's was one of them that we did in record time, tech transfer in 3 months. That's half the time that it normally takes for a tech transfer. And as I mentioned before, we're able to provide fill and finish capabilities for Moderna Spikevax vaccine, which allowed us to distribute that to patients in Asia. Other lessons learned, one of the key things is globalization, making sure that our critical suppliers have both a global supply as well as a local presence so that we have risk-managed access to critical raw materials. In addition, those critical raw materials, we really analyzed our supply chain and diversified both a primary, secondary, tertiary, alternative vendors to critical raw materials that may result in shortages. So we're able to provide a risk assessment based on the severity of those raw materials as well as the lead time that is required for critical medicines. Visibility and transparency is really what enabled all of this. We established a war room that we manned around the clock and helped us to really anticipate and model out shortages in advance to make sure that we didn't have any outages. And one of the platforms we leveraged was the live virtual tour, as I mentioned before. Business continuity through our ERP systems, we made sure that we had the systems to be able to support all of that. Quickly, our largest CMO capacity, as I mentioned before, BioCampus 1 is now complete. And the first plant, our plant number 5 in BioCampus 2, will go live in April of next year. And as I mentioned before, our ADC plant and services will be ready for services early next year as well. Technology collaboration, we're able to leverage the Samsung Life Science Fund to invest in innovative startups and promising technologies like mRNA, gene therapy, as well as ADCs. And last, I want to close with something that's really important to us. It's not only important to operationally be excellent, but to also do it responsibly and sustainable, with sustainability in mind. And we're part of a member of a coalition of companies, both private and public sector, including the WHO, called the Sustainable Markets Initiative, to look at how to drive emissions and the carbon footprint of healthcare from where it is to get to ultimately net zero. And with that, I want to thank everybody for your attention and for inviting us to speak at this venue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James Che, for your presentation. So as a representative of a private sector, he shared Samsung Biologics' view and also role in enhancing supply chain. Thank you very much for your valuable presentation. And next presentation is about the vaccine supply chain strengthening strategies with a focus on low and middle income countries. And this presentation will be prepared by Mr. Frederick Christensen, Managing Director of RVMC. So let's welcome him to the podium with a big hand.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, dear colleagues and friends. It's an honor to speak here at this prestigious conference and join you in discussing the critical need to invest in a healthier, more secure future for all as the overall conference theme. RVMC stands for the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, and I will be talking primarily about the following up on the globalization point that my previous speaker made. We all know that the risk of future pandemics is greatly amplified by the emerging challenges with climate change and geopolitical conflicts. And recent outbreaks like the Mpox outbreak and the H5N1 risks underscore the urgency for action. Infectious diseases and disease outbreaks have had a profound impact on our interconnected world, as we've seen, both maintaining but even enhancing inequities both within and among nations. So the experience we've lived through with unprecedented disruption across both trade and finance and health and education systems, businesses, societies, was unlike anything we've seen in the last century, and the vaccine supply chain was certainly no different. Now, vaccine supply chains have traditionally been very global, but the COVID-19 response revealed significant limitations with the existing global model. And this has driven a growing call for more regionalized vaccine ecosystems. Now, supplies, like the inputs, equipment, consumables needed to manufacture vaccines, we know that they come from a number of countries, and for many of the COVID-19 vaccines, they came from about 19 countries, and export restrictions made a considerable impact on the equitable distribution. And this picture shows just the percentage of the populations that were vaccinated by at least one dose at the end of 2023, almost 18 months after the first vaccines were made available. So there's no doubt that this focus on more regionalized is part of a broader anti-globalization movement, I would say. Even though we know how much value has been created from globalization and the fall in poverty levels over the last 35 years by 2/3. However, the unequal distribution of that prosperity has led to stronger voices for more national and regional independence. I would argue that we need a combination, and maybe the globalization framework is the right one, where we both reimagine the global system as the World Trade Organization is now calling a re-globalization, including more South-to-South collaboration and resulting in a more diversified, distributed, and decentralized vaccine networks. This also requires that not every country in every region neither can nor should have production facilities. But in some, a region needs to have some collaborations in place so that they can cover the different vaccine platforms needed to be resilient and prepared for future outbreaks. Other countries, rather than focusing on manufacturing, can and should probably specialize in other parts of the value chain across clinical trials, regulatory competencies, manufacturing of the key supplies, APIs, and other inputs and consumables. And underpinning this needs to be some form of agreements between countries about collaborations. So there's been a pressure towards more national independence. There's a question of reimagining the global approach, and that could lead to certain benefits in terms of both having more equitable access to vaccines during an outbreak, as well as better resilience and health security from expanded production capabilities in underserved regions, and of course lead to stronger economic development through attracting investments, boosting infrastructure, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Now this certainly represents a shift from the existing global system, and there are risks with such shifts as well. The increased production of vaccine manufacturers at the regional level will undoubtedly come with some higher costs in the initial phases. And that could lead to changes in volume and have some harmful unintended consequences from the systems that we have already seen. There's a sense of, or there's a risk of potential false security in that the probability of having access to the right platforms for the future disease X is somewhat limited. Not all pathogens will be responsive to the mRNA platform, which the world is now focusing so much on. And of course, exaggerated dependence on regional-only supply chain could close the door to global trade, which increases the vulnerability. And finally, with all the focus on the regional capacity developments that we're seeing across the world, achieving a balanced production of essential health products and raw materials within the region will be challenging. Now, the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative was set up by the World Economic Forum, the National Academies of Medicine of the US, and the World Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, or CEPI, in 2022 to create vaccine equity and health security, supporting establishment of vaccine manufacturing and supply chain networks across the world. Sorry, my screen is turning off. The RVMC is presently working with Africa CDC, with the Pan American Health Organization, and we're also initiating engagements in this region with the ASEAN and the ASEAN Plus partners. We published a framework, which you're seeing on the screen now, in the beginning of this year, covering the 8 different pillars that are needed for a sustainable regional vaccine manufacturing. In terms of one of these pillars, which is on the supply chain, we have defined that as one of the critical pillars, of course, and in recognition of that, are working with these regions to establish a supply chain forum. And I'm sure my colleague from CEPI will tell you more about the experience that they had working with Africa CDC, and we're building on that experience now together with the Pan American Health Organization and Fiocruz, a value chain forum for the LAC region in 2025. Now, there is a considerable interplay between supply chain and the demand side of the equation or of these 8 pillars. You see, demand is one of the key areas. And we believe that long-term predictable demand will be crucial for triggering the needed investments in vaccine supply chains, and thus ensure supply can effectively meet that long-term but also fluctuating demand. And as we've heard from previous speakers, improved infrastructure and data systems throughout the supply chain will help to better forecast vaccine demand over extended periods. So let me end by just saying we believe that the potential for increased South-South collaboration, also with respect to supplies, is part of this re-globalization agenda. And we've heard from several of the bodies we are working with that this is an area of critical importance. And our regional partners have expressed an interest in better understanding one another's systems, the plans and objectives across the regions, and as an initiative solely focused on regionalized vaccine manufacturing and being a bridge between regions, we stand ready to support that type of inter-regional collaboration. So in conclusion, successful interdependence relies on collaboration among countries, both within a region and between regions. And as we've heard, building the trust, strengthening collaboration mechanism, and fostering alignment with regional health plans will be essential. And ultimately, investing in resilient health systems and preventive measures is crucial not only for regional health and prosperity, but also for our common global health security. So RVMC is committed to supporting these efforts, both within and among the regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, for an equitable access of a vaccine, he shared with us some strengthening strategies of effective vaccine supply chain. And our next presenter will be Mr. Matthew Dunham, Director of Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks at CEPI. And today's presentation will be about international cooperation and collaboration with the private sector to strengthen the vaccine supply chain. So with that introduction, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much indeed, and it's a pleasure to be here at the WBS in Seoul, in Korea. I've never actually been to Korea, so it's a wonderful opportunity to visit this incredible country and city, and of course, share some of the thoughts of CEPI in terms of today's topic. So what I'll be talking about is the vaccine manufacturing preparedness to respond to future disease outbreaks. I spoke a little at the IVI side event yesterday about the 100-day mission, CEPI's 100-day mission, but what I'll be talking about today is much more about what CEPI is doing from a vaccine manufacturing perspective to help deliver on the 100-day mission. So maybe just a bit of a brief oversight. CEPI, or the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovations, is a global partnership. It was established in 2017 at the World Economic Forum in Davos, partly as a result of the Ebola outbreaks that were occurring in Africa 2016-17, and the recognition that the global community needs to come together to fund the research and development of certain vaccines that have not been developed or researched to date, so such things as Ebola, chikungunya, Lassa, Nipah fever, etc., Rift Valley fever, etc. So what CEPI does is bring together and coalitions on this particular deliverable, and a couple of years ago transitioned from thinking not just about research and development, but what is needed from a broader perspective. In other words, to help secure a world in which epidemics and pandemics are no longer a threat. If you think about that vision, it involves not just the research and development, it involves manufacturing, it involves supply chains, regulatory organizations, government organizations, etc. So it's quite a considerable ask. To be able to prepare, transform, and connect is a critical element to move for, 3 critical elements to move forward for in a vaccine space. I mentioned about the 100-day mission, and I'll be deep diving into a bit more on that in a moment. So as Frederick's just shared this map of the global inequity of COVID vaccine access through the COVID pandemic. And that really drives the narrative on what's needed in future, namely a geodiverse vaccine manufacturing infrastructure, particularly in underserved global south, low middle income country regions. So what CEPI is focusing on is building that vaccine manufacturing capacity to be closer to disease outbreaks, to leverage that capacity if and when needed for CEPI-based products, Lassa fever, chikungunya, Rift Valley fever, etc. So we're developing a globally distributed network that will enable rapid access to vaccines, particularly in the global south, low middle income countries. We're trying to mitigate the reliance on vaccine manufacturing facilities in a handful of countries, and those handful of countries tend to be in high income country, northern hemisphere regions of the planet. What it does is it allows for vaccine production to take place closer to the source of a disease outbreak, and it facilitates the promotion of vaccine uptake as well. And this comes into the more subtle topic of vaccine acceptance and vaccine socialization. So what we're driving towards is the speed, the scale, and the access for vaccine availability, particularly in global south or low middle income countries. So what we've established is the vaccine manufacturing facility network. The idea being that this contributes to the equitable access of vaccines by enhancing the capacities and the capabilities of geographically diverse vaccine manufacturing organizations. It creates a network of organizations that can surge manufacture vaccines in certain outbreak situations. We can transition CEPI's R&D vaccine portfolio to these manufacturing facilities for expansion and utilization. And so it allows us a platform for rapid scale-up and production of new vaccines. We also coordinate this with other vaccine partners, global partners, not just vaccine manufacturers, but global organizations. I won't go into it in detail because of the time, but you can see there's a target network profile, and we're aiming to have at least one facility in each of the regions, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Southeast Asia, Western Pacific, and the Middle East. That's the target. As of today, the target has 5 facilities. The most recent was Fiocruz B. Manguinhos. We announced this at the Global Pandemic Preparedness Summit in Rio in July. And as you can see there, they join a club of about 4 other organizations. And what we're doing with Fiocruz B. Manguinhos is investing and supporting their ability to onboard mRNA and viral vector vaccines, for which they need technology, they need training, they need analytical systems, etc. So it's how to take that capacity, capability, and build it out, commensurate with their aspiration. We're working with Aspen in South Africa. Their aspiration was to be able to fill-finish suspension vaccines. So these are your typical vaccine that have alum hydroxide in. That needs to be retained in suspension. We're working with the Institut Pasteur Dakar as well, as you can see in the box, in terms of activities to support tech transfer, to facilitate measles rubella vaccine manufacture, but in future, Lassa vaccine. So Lassa, as a disease prevalent in West Africa, we're better to make the vaccine, supply and distribute it, than from within West Africa, in this case, Senegal. We're working, as you can see, with the Serum Institute of India, and of course, Biopharma in Indonesia. Biopharma in Indonesia, we're scoping out the bioprocess lab to be able to onboard mRNA and work forward for viral vector vaccines, fill finish, and other GMP capacity elements that Indonesia and Biopharma, in this example, are working towards. I want to come back to what James from Samsung shared a little earlier, and that is the pressures that all vaccine manufacturing facilities face in getting the critical consumables to their front door to be able to manufacture vaccines. We're thinking here about tubing, filters, eggs, chromatography media, growth media. I could keep going, there's about 1,000 different items. But all of these items have to be shipped, they have to be transported to the facility. And let's take the case of Africa, or indeed Latin America and the Caribbean. These materials and consumables are not made necessarily in either of these regions. So they have to be shipped. That comes with a heck of a lot of complexity and challenges. So it's how to mitigate those challenges. Now, earlier this year in Kenya, in Nairobi, CEPI hosted an Africa Supply Chain Forum where it looked at the dynamics of this particular problem and how to mitigate those problems. We co-hosted an event with the Africa CDC, and from that has come out 3 kind of core pillars in how to improve supply of critical consumables to Africa, how to situate supply of critical consumables within Africa, and then how to mitigate some of the trade barriers, the trade facilitation, the export and import permits, how to facilitate that. So this narrative goes beyond just investing in the vaccine manufacturing. It goes into supporting the organizations and the regions with their supply chain infrastructure, such that these facilities on this screen, as you can see right now, can advance with their important work to develop and manufacture vaccines in future. We're not doing this alone. You cannot do this alone. We're working with a whole series of global stakeholders. We're trying to maximize efficiencies, mitigate resource duplication, and optimize facility support. What does that mean? 3 of the facilities that CEPI is investing in and supporting, basically IPD, Biopharma, Fiocruz B. Manguinhos, are all WHO Medicines Patent Pool mRNA network facilities as well. So in 2022, when we connected the dots on this particular piece of information, we started to work together with the WHO on this mutual area of interest to ensure that we were not treading on each other's toes, to coin Martin Frieder's word. We worked together to compare, and analyze, and to collaborate on our respective activities. And we have co-visited facilities today. Biopharma in Indonesia, for example. We co-visited with the WHO in Southeast Asia, the Indonesia WHO office, and WHO headquarters, as well as ourselves. We work a lot with funding organizations, so the IFC, World Bank, the DFC in the United States. We work closely with PAHO. We work closely with the Bill and Melinda Gates, who are a key funder of CEPI. We work with the World Economic Forum, with the National Academy of Medicine, with whom we collaborated and started out the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative a few years ago, again at a World Economic Forum in Davos, which, as Frederick has just articulated, is moving forward into a new era of RVMC 2.0, which is fantastic to see. So in conclusion, what CEPI is doing is trying to ensure a readiness for emerging infectious diseases. We're investing in research and development. That's where we started out in 2017. But we're advancing, leveraging lessons learned from the COVID pandemic, how to geodiversify vaccine manufacturing through inter and epidemic and pandemic periods. You can't just leave these facilities sitting there waiting to go when a pandemic hits. They need to be operational, warm-based, sustainable, continually through those inter-pandemic periods, and that again represents certain challenges, particularly again in underserved regions. So there needs to be an agility to meet surge demands. There's a need for platform and innovative technologies, another area that CEPI works closely on. I've mentioned about the raw materials and the supply chains, and we also, and this comes up for a session later today, trained, skilled workforce. You need human beings to do the job, and that is a focus of session 3 a little later today. Shameless plug, because I'm chairing the panel. And then, of course, there's the suitable and sustainable business models. We haven't touched on sustainability today, but another key element, and this is where CEPI is working with its range of partners. And with that, I will conclude, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and enlightening us with your presentation. Now please return to your seat. And it's time to welcome our last presenter of session 2. And the topic of this presentation will be sharing corporate experiences and plans related to the pharmaceutical supply chain. And today we're joined by Ms. Park Jin-sun, head of SK Bioscience, to deliver this presentation. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And after her presentation, we will have a brief coffee break. And after that, we'll deep dive into a panel discussion. So we ask for your active participation until the end. And once again, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm Jin Park, the head of the business development at SK Bioscience. Actually, considering my valuable and but short 10-minute presentation, please let me give my presentation in Korean to use my such 10 minutes more efficiently. Thank you for your understanding. Okay. 사실 이 프레젠테이션을 하기 전에 여러 패널 분들을 그다음에 여러 스피커 분들을 모시고 과연 SK 바이오사이언스가 어떤 부분의 메시지를 전달해야 될까 고민을 많이 했습니다. 우선 한국 회사라는 부분, 그리고 저희는 사실은 안티바디나 다른 스몰 몰레큘 회사가 아니라 백신을 담당하고 있다는 부분, 그리고 저희는 이제 멀티내셔널 컴퍼니가 아닌 어떻게 보면 스몰 앤 미디엄 컴퍼니라는 부분, 그리고 마지막으로 퍼블릭 헬스의 SK 그룹 전체에서 소셜 밸류와 이코노믹 밸류의 밸런스를 사실 굉장히 퍼스하는 회사라는 부분, 이런 좀 특징적인 저희 회사의 입장에서 이 SCM이라는 부분을 조금 보고 전달드리고 싶습니다. SK 바이오사이언스를 간단하게 소개했는데요. 비지한데 SK 바이오사이언스는 20년 정도 된 백신 회사고요. 저희가 실제적으로 백신 회사를 시작했을 때 작은 필앤피니쉬 퍼실리티가 있었지만 실제적으로 2012년에 지금 현재 저희 안동에 있는 GMP 퍼실리티가 완공이 되면서부터 본격적으로 이 백신을 생산하고 공급하는 역할을 해왔습니다. 이후에 저희가 자체적으로 개발한 제품들을 계속 발매를 했고요. 또 사노피하고 지금 현재 그 넥스트 제너레이션 PCB를 임상 3상 중에 있습니다. 그리고 동시에 저희가 금방 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 SK는 주로 이제 당시에는 게이츠 파운데이션의 도움을 많이 받아서 IBI와 그다음에 패스와 같은 그 오르가나이제이션과 협력해서 퍼블릭에서 특히 이제 로우 앤 미들 인컴 컨트리에 사용되는 백신 개발에 대한 협력도 진행을 했습니다. 그리고 팬데믹이 생기면서 사실은 저희가 과거 10년 동안 해왔던 퍼블릭 헬스에서의 협력이 굉장히 익스펜디드 됐고요. 그 결과로 게이츠 재단, 게이츠 파운데이션, 세피, 그다음에 웰컴 트러스트와 같은 여러 오르가나이제이션과 함께 퍼블릭 헬스 쪽에 굉장히 많은 콜래보레이션이 익스펜디드 된 바 있습니다. 동시에 팬데믹 기간 중에는 저희가 아스트라제네카와 노바박스의 코비드 백신을 저희 안동 공장에서 생산해서 글로벌 마켓에 공급한 이력이 있습니다. 그리고 최근에 머크와도 CDMO 계약을 맺었고요. 에볼라 백신에 대해서 최근에 빅뉴스는 아무래도 저희가 독일에 있는 IDT라고 하는 백신 CDMO 회사를 인수를 했고요. 그다음에 바로 요 근처에 저희의 새로운 파일럿 GMP와 새로운 R&D 센터가 곧 오픈되면 저희 바이오사이언스가 모두 입주를 할 예정입니다. 사실은 이제 팬데믹 때 익스피리언스가 저희 백신이라는 것이 다른 모달리티와 다른 부분을 좀 보여주는 부분이 있어서 말씀을 드리고 싶은데요. 사실 저희가 3개의 백신을 저희 안동 공장에서 생산했습니다. 근데 3개 모두 그 플랫폼이 다 달랐습니다. 그래서 저희의 GBP50 스카이코비1이라는 제품은 초와 이콜라이를 플랫폼으로 한 백신이고요. 아스트라제네카는 아시다시피 바이럴 벡터, 그리고 노바박스의 백신은 인섹셀을 베이스로 한 플랫폼입니다. 사실은 그런 다양한 플랫폼을 한 공장에서 생산을 하기 위해서는 사실 앞서 여러 그 프레젠테이션 됐던 그 안티바디와 같은 대규모의 이코노미 오브 스케일과는 좀 다른 접근이 필요한 것이 또 백신 인더스트리라고 말씀드리고 싶고요. 또 양 자체도 사실은 항체에 비해서는 1000분의 1 단위로 들어가게 됩니다. 그래서 저희가 뭐 15,000리터, 2만 리터의 규모를 요구하는 사실은 산업은 아니라는 부분을 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 저희 이제 안동 공장이 말씀드렸던 것처럼 3개의 다른 백신을 저희가 기존에 생산했던 플루와 다른 백신을 생산하는 걸 잠깐 중단을 하고 그 백신 생산 수트를 바꿔서 모듈러 시스템을 이용해서 생산을 했고, 지금은 다시 원래 피스타임의 백신인 플루 백신 생산으로 들어가서 지금 현재 공급을 하고 있습니다. 이 페이지가 사실은 저희가 레슨스 런드, 팬데믹 기간 동에 통한 레슨스 런드를 통해서 SK 바이오사이언스가 가지고 있는 일종의 에스퍼레이션이고요. 이런 스트래티지 디렉셔널 아래에서 저희가 지금 여러 가지 일들을 하고 있습니다. 금방 앞서 여러 프레젠테이션 나왔지만 팬데믹 기간 동안 특히 로우 앤 미들 인컴 컨트리를 중심으로 백신의 인에퀴리가 굉장히 심각한 문제였었죠. 사실은 그 이후에 지금 아프리카를 포함해서 사실 대부분의 백신 공장을 가지지 못한 리전에서는 자체적인 로컬 매니팩처링을 구축하고, 그다음에 그 구축된 매니팩처링 퍼실리티에서 그 국가별 NIP나 혹은 수프라내셔널한 이런 그 프로큐어먼트 바디인 예를 들어 유니세프, 파와 같은 여러 프로큐어먼트 바디들이 그런 로컬리 생산된 제품들에 대해서 좀 더 어드밴티지를 준 여러 가지 논의들이 많이 진행되고 있습니다. 따라서 미디엄 사이즈의 한국에 베이스를 둔 SK 같은 회사가 사실은 똑같이 멀티내셔널처럼 미국과 유럽에 큰 공장을 더 지어서 이코노미 오브 스케일을, 그것도 다양한 플랫폼을 구축해야 되는 상황에서 지향하는 것은 사실 저희 같은 사이즈의 회사에서는 적정하지 않은 SCM 전략이라고 본다고 저희는 생각을 했고요. 그렇지만 이 모든 것을 모든 사이트에서 가질 수는 없다. 그래서 저희가 지금 내세우고 있는 것은 R&D 매니팩처링 네트워크입니다. 그래서 한국에 있는 저희 안동, 그다음에 판교, 그리고 곧 오픈될 송도가 사실은 플랫폼으로서 허브 역할을 하고요. 저희가 그 협력을 할 여러 사이트가 각 리전에서 각각의 롤에 맞춰서 저희의 R&D와 매니팩처링의 네트워크가 됨으로써 허브에서 만들어진 것을 쉐어하고 다시 거기서 만들어진 걸 리턴하는 이런 모델을 저희가 지금 고민하고 있고, 지금 현재 여러 가지 비즈니스 모델들을 각 국가와 논의하고 있습니다. 하지만 앞서 RBMC에서 언급했듯이 이전 리저널 매니팩처링에 대해서는 여러 가지 콘스가 많습니다. 특히 이코노미 오브 스케일이 떨어지기 때문에 커스트 오브 굿즈에 대한 여러 가지 챌린지가 있고요. 사실은 이런 여러 가지 그 챌린지들을 바이오사인 같은 회사가 혼자서 극복하기 상당히 어려운 부분이 있습니다. 물론 이 네트워크 안에서 나름대로는 저희의 협력자들과 함께 그런 챌린지들을 극복하는 비즈니스 모델을 만들어가고 있기도 합니다. 현재 SK가 가지고 있는 이런 그 글로벌 매니팩처링은 현재는 3가지 테마로 진행되고 있는데요. 하나는 앞서 말씀드린 한국, 이제 허브가 될 수 있는 한국이 있고요. 그다음에 IDT 바이올로지카가 이제 유럽에 있어서 주로 미국과 유럽 시장을 접근하는 플랫폼으로서 역할을 하게 될 겁니다. 그리고 한 가지 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 독일 정부와 이 IDT가 Capacity Reservation for Pandemic Preparedness가 돼 있어서 어떤 바이럴 수트에 대해서는 향후에 팬데믹이 터지면 사용할 수 있게 계약이 돼 있긴 합니다. 그리고 저희가 이제 마지막으로 말씀드리고 싶은 스카이실드라는 것은 그야말로 로컬 매니팩처링을 만들어 나가는 것인데요. 이 부분은 사실은 저희 혼자 힘으로는 힘들고 대부분은 각 국가 정부 그리고 거기 있는 로컬 컴퍼니들과 함께 콜라보레이션을 만드는 것이고요. 또 이 백신의 가장 큰 특징이 메인 시장이 NIP 시장, National Immunization 프로그램 시장입니다. 즉 정부에서 구매를 해야 들어갈 수 있는 시장이기 때문에 정부와 연계되어 있는 여러 가지 콜라보레이션과 파트너십이 전제가 되어야 되는 시장이라고도 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 이런 논의를 기반으로 일단은 태국에서는 저희가 이미 플루르 기술 이전을 끝냈고 그다음에 드럭 서브스턴스까지 기술 이전에 대한 논의를 구체적으로 진행을 하고 있습니다. 당연히 타이 정부가 굉장히 많은 지원을 하고 계시고요. 그리고 이외의 지역 아프리카, 라틴 아메리카, 아세안 지역에서도 추가적으로 논의들을 진행 중에 있습니다. 타일랜드의 스카이실드가 대표적이라서 말씀을 드리는 거고요. 이 정부의 역할, 그다음에 그 정부가 단순히 R&D와 매뉴팩처링을 지원하는 것에서 끝나는 것이 아니라 사실 프로큐어먼트까지 연계된 협력, 사실 그것이 어쩌면은 이 로컬 매뉴팩처링의 여러 가지 챌린지를 극복해 줄 수 있고 또 SK 바이오사이언스 같은 회사가 더 앞으로 이런 로컬에 필요한 국가들에 나갈 수 있는 근거가 되기 때문에 그 부분을 한 번 더 강조드리고 싶습니다. 제 마지막 페이지는 사실은 답을 드리면서 끝내는 것이 아니라 제가 이제 과거 몇 년 동안 일을 하면서 겪었던 SCM에서 겪는 여러 가지 어려움에 질문을 던지면서 저희 프레젠테이션을 마무리하고자 합니다. 사실은 제가 R&D부터 기재를 했는데요. 이 이유는 특히 백신 같은 경우는 마지막 레이 스테이지 오브 디벨롭먼트의 로 머티리얼이나 키 컨슈머블을 함부로 바꿀 수가 없습니다. 거기는 굉장히 큰 레귤레이터리 챌린지가 있기 때문에 사실은 SCM 전반적으로 from the start, 즉 R&D부터 굉장히 심각한 고민이 필요합니다. 근데 여기에는 단 하나의 물질만 모자라도 그리고 저희가 팬데믹에서 겪었다시피 컨슈머블, 이퀴먼트에 대한 게 갑자기 서지가 생겼을 때 그걸 맞출 수 있는 공급책이 없었을 때 그리고 또 하나는 이런 익스클루시브하고 IP를 가지고는 로 머티리얼을 써야만 될 때가 있습니다. 대표적으로 mRNA가 그런 케이스가 될 수 있겠죠. 사실은 이렇게 기업 매니팩처러 입장에서 혼자 해결할 수 없는 여러 리스크가 R&D부터 게시되기 때문에 사실 이런 포인트들이 같이 글로벌 레벨에서 많이 논의가 돼야 된다는 얘기를 드리고 싶고요. 그리고 이제 앞서 삼성에도 말씀해 주셨지만 사실 기업 입장에서는 N 리스크, 그 다음에 롱텀 캐펙스 투자가 사전에 들어가야 되기 때문에 사실 이게 마켓 디맨즈와 사실 맞지 않습니다. 하지만 회사 입장에서는 이코노믹 이밸류에이션을 해야 되기 때문에 적정한 타이밍을 해야 되기 때문에 생길 수 없는 어쩔 수 없는 서플라이 캐즘이 생기기도 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로 프로큐어먼트 쪽은 아무래도 백신은 유니셉이나 파워 같은 대규모 글로벌 프로큐어먼트 에이전시의 역할이 굉장히 중요한데요. 사실은 이제 백신 회사들이 커밋을 많이 하는데 사실 하다 보면 백신 같은 경우나 뭐 특히 이제 한 몇 배지씩 페일을 할 때가 생기거든요. 사실 이랬을 때 여러 가지 커미트먼트나 개런티에 대한 부분들이 있다 보니까 이런 부분에 대한 여러 가지 비즈니스적인 고민들이 또 있기도 합니다. 그래서 사실은 다시 앞쪽에 제가 왜 프레젠테이션을 하면서 어떤 부분을 강조드리고 싶었냐를 한 번 더 짚자면 SK 바이오사이언스 같은 사이즈의 한국에 베이스를 둔 회사는 사실 이 모든 문제를 혼자 해결할 수 없습니다. 그렇기 때문에 제가 수년 동안 RBMC나 세피나 또 여러 관련된 퍼블릭 헬스 섹터에서 일하고 계신 많은 오르가나이제이션들에게 인더스트리가 가진 챌린지와 컨선을 쉐어하고 또 그것들을 고민할 수 있는 숙제를 던져드리는 것이 또 저의 역할이고 또 반대로 그 역할을 통해서 오는 걸 통해서 글로벌 에퀴리블 액세스에 기여할 수 있는 역할을 하는 것, 그게 이제 SK 바이오사이언스의 당분간의 역할이라고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ms. Park, for those valuable words. And we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to our 6 presenters. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short break for about 5 minutes. We do have some coffee in the lobby, so please enjoy them and come back to this hall in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. And now we will begin the panel discussion of the second main session. So the topic of the discussion today will be international cooperation strategies for building a sustainable pharmaceutical supply chain. So as you can see on the stage, we're joined by 6 esteemed panelists, and we're also joined by our moderator. And today, Mr. Seo Dong-cheol, Director of the Pharmaceutical Policy Research Institute, will be our moderator and lead the session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. You may have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, yeah, I'll moderate this session, so I hope you have a good kind of ideas and also heard some key kind of suggestions from each panel members. So first, I'd like to kind of start from my left side to the right. But so this is the order of presentations. So we will hear from each panel members. But I think you already heard the common, or you have to think of a common word which are presented by all presenters. So the problem of a supply chain often occur because of a low material cost or low price of medications. So, and also sometimes manufacturing problems related with the quality assurance, and sometimes also unexpected supply or demand problems. So those are kind of the main problem of supply chains. And also presenters already mentioned how we can kind of issue or solve those problems. One could be global collaboration for stable supply chains and also for strategies in investment of manufacturing. And the second recommendation could be diversification of supply chains. So either could be global or regional kind of through the global or regional collaboration. So I think those two kind of recommendations are commonly cited or recommended by all presenters. So I'd like to ask then, low-cost medications, such as generics, which are kind of imported from foreign countries, often causing supply chain instability. So then, how can we kind of solve these kind of unexpected supply problems, or in order to ensure stable supply chains? So first, Martin, can you tell us how can we have a kind of a stable supply chain of medications?
So within the USP medicine supply map, one of the 4 key indicators for disruption in drug supply was the low cost. Low cost being associated with greater disruption, greater vulnerability of that product, the API, or the ingredients included in the medicines. Now, this needs to be addressed by ensuring that there is the sustainability of that market, that there is sustainability for the product. And if this is through better market incentives, better assurances that that product will be used, or perhaps even diversification of the supply chain so that there is more competition, which could potentially increase overall supply. These would be beneficial for the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And before we start to hear from our second panel members, I'd like to briefly introduce her. Before this time, a presentation was done by Lina Hess from EU, but a panel member is Daphne. Yeah, she is also from EU. So let's give her with a round of applause. And now your turn. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So indeed, in the EU, we have also witnessed reduced prices, especially for off-patent medicines, which has also led to several companies exiting the market, making us more reliant than before on single suppliers, often outside of the EU. I think in itself, the fact that prices are low is not necessarily a bad thing, because they increase affordability of medicines and therefore also access. The problem that we are facing is this over-reliance on a few suppliers, which when either you have manufacturing issues or geopolitical tensions, that can create disruptions of the supply chain. So to overcome this in the EU, we are looking at several mechanisms, including pooled demand mechanisms, so joint procurements to increase I would say, guarantee for the producers that they will have the possibility to sell over a long term at an interesting price. We are also looking at increasing diversification through investments into new procurement production sites, either in the EU or outside. And I think here it's very important to work on a global collaboration, because it makes no sense for each of us to individually produce the same products via state aid means. We need to work together to ensure smart and strategic investments at a global scale. And I think that's why we are really very much looking forward to global and regional collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, James Choi. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I think Dr. Martin is correct. This is a problem, especially for low-cost raw materials, because the financial economic incentive isn't there for most companies in developed nations to produce them. So now, over time, the industry has become dependent on very few nations that produce some of these critical raw materials, especially on the small molecule side. Samsung Biologics is primarily more focused on large molecules, but it doesn't mean that we are not without risk. So one of the things that we do, as I mentioned before, is fully assess and analyze the depth of our supply chain and raw materials to make sure that we have both alternative providers and understand the lead times in advance so that we don't have shortages and are not critically dependent on few short suppliers for these molecules.
Okay, thank you. Now, Frederick.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, my panelists have already touched on this, but certainly for vaccines, as we saw during the pandemic, a lot of the low-cost vaccines were out of India, and there was as soon as you have some, big outbreaks also in India, the export was challenged from that. So I think that's part of the backdrop for why we're seeing this other regions putting up more efforts in establishing manufacturing. However, those other manufacturers are going to be more expensive to begin with, and I think that's also why we've seen Gavi launch the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator for the continent, so that basically offering some financial incentives or subsidies for creating those other vaccine manufacturing capacities. And the revolving fund of the Pan American Health Organization has also just launched some changes to the way they do procurement, again providing some financial incentives supporting regional manufacturing. So I think the challenge over time is going to find a balance between these elements so that you can actually both have regional, but as I talked to, also not, in a way, throw the baby out with the bathwater and undermine the existing global systems.
Okay, now, your turn.
Yep. No, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I'd like to pick up on something I mentioned in my presentation a moment ago, and that comes back to the Africa Supply Chain Forum that CEPI and Africa CDC co-hosted in Nairobi in January this year. We identified 3 core challenges that really impact vaccine manufacturers in Africa, but also impact vaccine manufacturers in other parts of the world that have trouble and challenges getting raw materials, single-use and critical consumables to their door. And it's how to facilitate mitigating those challenges, whether how to do, let's say, pull procurement to ensure that there is bulk purchase of critical consumables for vaccine manufacturers within a region, how to situate the supply of those facilities, let's say building glass manufacturers, manufacturing facilities in Africa, bioreactor bag facilities, consumables and multimedia elements. And then also there's the free flow of goods, the importation, the exportation. Now then, CEPI has been working with the World Trade Organization, the World Customs Organization, to institute what's called a harmonized coding system. So if you think about, let's say, a bioreactor bag, it has a specific code that when it gets to the nation's border, the border gives that bioreactor bag a faster passage across the border to reach the vaccine manufacturer. This makes the difference between transition of goods taking either months to weeks to reach the manufacturer. By delaying the supply of these consumables, it impacts the manufacturing campaigns, it impacts the vaccine supply, it impacts the R&D, the scheduling, the employment, it impacts all of the business elements that a vaccine manufacturer has to undertake to supply the critical products. So it's how to mitigate those challenges from getting the critical consumables from the supplier to the vaccine manufacturer's door that we are really trying to focus on moving forwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Jin Suk Park.
Okay, so actually, when it comes to low price product competition, actually, we are experiencing already those kind of issue in the UNICEF and PAHO tender, particularly. Actually, when we participate in tender with the Indian companies, as you know, the other person mentioned. So for example, for pentavalent vaccine, there are a lot of the suppliers from India, and also, as you know, the LG actually is supplying those vaccines. But as far as I know, they also went through a very difficult time in meeting the kind of unit price the UNICEF wanted. However, my point is that actually, you know, the vaccine should not be licensed or registered with only, you know, the simple bioequivalent study of generic products. So, and also there are a little bit limited number of vaccine manufacturers compared to the generic players, tons of generic players in the pharma industry. So it means that there should be some very special consideration on that kind of competition. Is because if those kind of big procurement body only decides based on the price, it means that maybe in 10 years, there will be only Indian manufacturers. So that's why I believe, first thing, I guess, as someone mentioned, there should be some the different principle of allocating the necessary quantity of the vaccines, particularly for the LMIC targeted vaccines, such as, you know, not only subject to based on the price, but for example, multiple supplier principle. Those kind of principle would be very helpful. And the second one is, you know, there are a lot of quite good, healthy supporting system for the development of LMIC target vaccines, such as Gates Foundation, CEPI, and the other Wellcome Trust, and those kind of organizations are providing wonderful de-risk mechanism for R&D for LMIC targeted vaccines, so that the manufacturers can, you know, participate in the development. However, unfortunately, there is a little bit uncertainty in the market landscape. It's because even though we develop those kind of vaccines successfully, once the market, we commercialize the vaccine, but the market landscape is changed because of the unexpected competing landscape. So in such case, sometimes to times the manufacturer should withdraw their product from the market. The actually Bernard's pentavalent vaccine is one of good examples on that. So it means that, you know, anyhow the for-profit company like SK Bioscience should make very detailed business case assessment before we enter into the market or even before R&D. So it means that if there is any mechanism to show the more clear market landscape in 10 years or whatever it is, it would be very helpful for the industry to make quite quick decision on the development and the manufacturing activities.
Thank you. I think all panel members emphasize the importance of a global collaboration in distribution and also manufacturing of a vaccine. But so we already understand how we can solve those kind of not to mitigate issues of supply chain, especially in vaccine. However, I'd like to ask you to mention a little bit in detail what the kind of global strategies or plans should be implemented or should be pursued for strengthening the supply of supply of medications which cannot be substituted by other medications or which has a very limited kind of a substitution available substitutable medications. Yeah. From Martin. Yeah.
So stepping aside from the manufacturing and the supply chain to ensure that there is access to quality, unique medications, those that exist from, say, one supplier that can't be substituted, there really is that need to have enhanced regulatory reliance, harmonization to ensure transparency and the quality expectations that will be applied to the manufacturer so that they can meet the regulatory expectations. And through this, transparent product oversight can occur both at release and during post-marketing surveillance. So the strengthening, the harmonization of the regulatory ecosystem would really help to provide access to those unique medications. Thank you.
Definitely, yeah, now your turn. Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Laura just said. We need more harmonization on the regulatory front, including the international harmonization of standards for production, so that also, aside from quality, environmental and social standards are also being aligned globally. I think another condition that we need to establish is transparency and to have an early warning system established at international level so that we can monitor both the supply and the demand. Then further, I think we need to establish agreements to have strategic investments in projects, especially when we are looking at low and middle income countries, that we work together and don't compete with each other, thereby ensuring the production of end products that can be useful for the whole world globally. And then finally, I believe that we also need to look at trade instruments to agree that there are not going to be export restrictions in case of future pandemics.
Thank you. Now, James Choi. Yeah.
Yes, as it relates to irreplaceable medicines that are very unique, one of the things that we discussed at the inaugural launch of the P5 Coalition was better transparency into the supply-demand of these critical medicines so that we can, globally cooperate with the like-minded nations to prepare in advance. And again, this is where I think CDMOs can play a big part by making the scalable supply of these critical medicines more available, where they're needed the most.
Frederick. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support what we just heard in terms of all these elements, both the regulatory reliance mechanisms that need to be strengthened. The pre-qualification process of the WHO is an important element for many manufacturers to be able to serve more global markets, and I know that WHO is looking closely at how to make that more effective. I think my sort of recurring theme is that as we see both in the EU and across PAO, the Latin American and Caribbean region, within Africa, looking at more regionalized manufacturing and potentially a sort of a regional pool procurement mechanism, and in ASEAN, the AVSSR initiative. I think it's really important for all these regions to collaborate amongst themselves in addition, so that we can find that balance between the regional focus and the global collaborations.
Okay, now, yeah, Matthew, yeah.
Thank you. So I've got 2 points to make on this, really. The first is that there needs to be a predictable, sustainable demand for vaccines. Manufacturers have trouble starting manufacturing or need to come to terms with vaccine manufacturing. If there is no demand for those vaccine products, then it's very difficult to start manufacturing without having that market demand, that confirmation of a return on the investment. The other element, the second element, is the risk sharing. So, for example, as organizations step up their activities to prepare to respond to a pandemic or an epidemic, the Mpox outbreak, for example, in Africa is a key point, then organizations need to be supported to be ready to respond, to prepare to respond in demand for that particular vaccine. And this risk sharing is not just financial, it's strategic, it's understanding, it's planning, it's orchestration, it's policy. It's all of those preparatory elements required to be in a state of readiness. And that's a lesson learned from the COVID pandemic that we're hearing consistently from many vaccine manufacturers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please let me quick. Actually, at this moment, our government has two mechanisms. So first one is a price guarantee, so that the manufacturers can secure the proper profit from the limited number of the production. And second one is the kind of stockpile procurement. So actually, for example, I don't know whether our government is still procuring, but the smallpox vaccines, one of the Korean company is supplying the vaccine, and our government is procuring the vaccine as a kind of stockpile. So if I can add one more, actually, particularly when it comes to the vaccine manufacturing, we need at least one batch production, for example. So it means that, sometimes to times the quantity of the minimum guaranteed, the minimum guaranteed minimum quantity of the guaranteed product, actually, I'm not sure whether it meets the one batch or two batches, something like that. Actually, there could be some kind of practical consideration for those two, the mechanism as well, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time limits, I think we have to conclude now, but I think all panel members, as I mentioned, emphasize global collaboration and also regulatory harmonization or alliance to improve supply chain of vaccine or some low-cost or low-priced medications. So I hope all of you enjoyed and learned how we can solve supply chain issue from this session. So hopefully in the future, if we have a pandemic similar to COVID-19, we can better kind of solve some issues of vaccines. So I think yeah, I'd like to thank all panel members and also audience for participating this session, and I think we need to conclude this section. And
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please give
Thank
a big round of applause to our moderator and esteemed panelists. Thank you. And please return to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying us until the very end of this meaningful session, the main session 2. And this brings us to the end of this morning session, which is the second session. And we will soon commence our third session and also our closing ceremony starting from 1:30 at this venue. So please come back to this hall by 1:30. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome. We'll now commence the third session of World Bio Summit 2024. So this session is themed Conjunctive, Collaborative, and Coherent Capacity Building, and we will explore the vital role of strategic investment and international cooperation in fostering skilled professionals essential to vaccine manufacturing. And we're very pleased to discuss approaches to strengthening workforce capacities, crucial to improving vaccine accessibility worldwide. Thank you very much for your attendance at this very meaningful gathering once again. And before we start the session, please allow me to outline the schedule of session 3. So the first part of the session 3 will begin with an opening address and will also have words of congratulations, followed by an introduction to the Global Bio Campus, and we'll proceed to the ribbon cutting ceremony with our distinguished guests here at the stage, and after that, we will take a group photo together. And following the keynote speech in part 2, we will have an in-depth discussion with a panel discussion on strategies for advancing global workforce development initiatives, and this conversation will be until 4:20. Afterward, the session will conclude with a brief summary by our moderator. And following the conclusion of session 3, the closing ceremony will be held here at the same venue starting from 5:30. So we ask for your continued support and attention until the very end of our journey. And ladies and gentlemen, before we invite our esteemed guests to the stage and deliver their remarks, I would like to take a few minutes to introduce our distinguished guests who are joining us here at the site. So once I mention them, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, Deputy Minister of Healthcare Policy, Mr. Chung Yun-sun of the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him. Please stand up and greet our audience. Thank you. Thank you. And next, Dr. Yukiko Nakatani, Assistant Director General of the WHO. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you. And next, we are honored to have Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, Dr. Do Yeon-hong, Chairman of the GTHB Support Foundation is joining us. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, we are honored to have Director General of the Bureau of Health Industry, Ms. Tong Eun-young of the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. And Dr. Ji Sui-dong, Head of Local Production and Assistant Unit at the World Health Organization is joining us tonight. Thank you. And next, Dr. Matthew Donham, Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks Director at CEPI. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, we are also joined by Dr. Benjamin Coughlin, Senior Health Specialist at the Asian Development Bank. Thank you. And Vice Commissioner Choi Tae-an from the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority is joining us. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, Dr. Richard Gordon, Director of International Business Development at the South African Medical Research Council. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gustavo Mendes Lima Santos, Director of a Foundation Butantan of Brazil. And Dr. Jean Baptiste Niandui, Training Coordinator of EACRC in Luanda, is joining us today. Thank you. And next, Ms. Alice Lee, Director of Business Development at the International Vaccine Institute. Please welcome her. Last but not least, Dr. Yang Hyun-ju, Director General of the GTHB Support Foundation, is here with us. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you. And due to limited time, we could not introduce each and every one who are joining us at this venue, but once again, we'd like to welcome you all. Thank you. And now we will proceed with some remarks by our dignitaries. First, we will hear opening remarks by Mr. Chung Yun-sun, Deputy Minister for Healthcare Policy at the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome him to the podium with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yoon Sun Jung, Deputy Minister for Healthcare Policy at the Ministry of Health and Welfare Republic of Korea. I'm delighted to greet all of you and to announce the beginning of the session 3 of the 2024 World Bio Summit today. I would like to extend my gratitude and warm welcome to your excellencies. Dr. Yukiko Nakatani, Assistant Director General of the World Health Organization. Dr. Jisui Dong, Head of Local Production and Assistance Unit of the World Health Organization. Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute. Dr. Matthew Downham, Director of CEPI, Manufacturing and Supply Chain Network. Dr. Benjamin Kogulan, Senior Health Specialist of Asian Development Bank. Dr. Richard Gordon, Director of International Business Development of SAMRC. Dr. Jean-Baptiste Niwandwi, Training Coordinator of EACRC in Rwanda. Dr. Gustavo Mendes Lima Santos, Director of Foundation Butantan in Brazil. Dr. Tean Che, Vice Commissioner of Incheon Pre-Economic Zone Authorities. Mr. Yeonong No, Chairman of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. And to all of you, distinguished guests present here today. This World Bio Summit, now in this third year, is an arena where we will discuss the investment and the collaborative strategies that are needed to create a healthy and safe world, free from infectious diseases and other illnesses, with the next decade in mind. In particular, today's session 3 will center on how the global community can work together in a coordinated and synergistic way to develop the vital human resources needed to respond effectively to the threat of infectious diseases. As you know, Korea is the global training hub for biomanufacturing, designated by the World Health Organization. To address the global vaccine inequalities that were exposed by COVID-19, the world, especially low and middle-income countries, needs to become self-sufficient for vaccines. And to do so, it's essential to train specialized human resources who can produce vaccines in their own countries. The Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing has been fulfilling this important role, entrusted to Korea by the World Health Organization since 2022, and has made significant contributions to the international community by training on average of more than 500 professionals per year. And through the opening of the Global Bio Campus, which will take place shortly, the Republic of Korea will announce to the world its commitment and achievement for further expanding the physical infrastructure and integrated education and training system as the global workforce training hub. The World Health Organization is also making efforts to establish regional centers for education and training in Africa and the East Mediterranean as part of its overall missions of promoting global health security. The Korean government is ready to actively cooperate with the WHO in these efforts, and we'll work together, with regional training centers to ensure that synergistic training is conducted. We have many leading experts here today from governments, international organizations, non-profit organizations, research institutes, and businesses from around the world. We look forward to hearing your insight and discussions on how to develop human resources that will lead a healthy and safe future for humanity based on your experience and know-how. The valuable opinions gathered through this summit will be great foundation for future policies, not only in Korea, but also in the international community, including the WHO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those invaluable remarks. Thank you. As Deputy Minister Jung just mentioned, we believe that today's discussions on the vaccine investment and collaboration will play a crucial role in supporting vaccine self-sufficiency and work development as well. And ladies and gentlemen, now we'll proceed to some words of congratulations. First and foremost, we'd like to welcome Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him to the stage with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까, and good afternoon. Honorable Deputy Minister Chung Yeon-soon, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Republic of Korea, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests. On behalf of the International Vaccine Institute, it is my pleasure to join you all today for Session 3 of the World BioSummit 2024. We are here to discuss conjunctive, collaborative, and coherent capacity building as the key focus of this year's World BioSummit. We are also celebrating the launch of the Global BioCampus, a facility dedicated to biomanufacturing workforce training. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all here on this most momentous milestone. Capacity building is one of the three main topics of this year's summit, alongside research and development and global supply chains. Given the ongoing global shortage of skilled biomanufacturing personnel, our focus on capacity building and workforce development is especially timely and important. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed significant disparities in vaccine access, particularly in low and middle-income countries, where local production capacity is limited. While many countries are now striving to boost local manufacturing and with international assistance, a lack of skilled personnel remains the critical challenge. IVI is the only international organization dedicated exclusively to the discovery, development, and delivery of safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for global health. Capacity building, capability enhancement, workforce development through training and technology transfer have been central to our mission since our founding in 1997. In addition to being IVI's host, the Republic of Korea has shown extraordinary leadership in global manufacturing and training, in biomanufacturing training and vaccine equity, delivering impactful results. As the WHO Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing since 2022, Korea has played a crucial role in empowering low and middle income countries to develop human resources for vaccines and biologics production and innovation. As a founding partner in the GTHB initiative, IVI has worked closely with the Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare, the World Health Organization, and other partners to provide essential workforce training for low and middle income countries. Since 2022, IVI has conducted 3 courses for biologics development and manufacturing 3 courses for biological standards, and 9 on-site consultations in low and middle-income countries, alongside with online courses, training more than 1,000 participants from over 70 countries around the world. For any other questions regarding GTHB, please ask Ms. Alice Lee during the roundtable. In addition, if you log on to the GTHB site, you can access, free of charge, over 70 actual training modules used in the courses. This reflects the commitment of the partners in GTHB to providing materials and making them freely available to all. I'm proud to note that the Inter-American Development Bank and others have joined Korea to support training programs coordinated by IVI. With its world-class bioindustry, advanced training infrastructure, and robust government support, Korea offers an ideal environment for biomanufacturing training. The launch of the Global Biocampus marks another major step forward in Korea's successful attempts to provide quality training in biomanufacturing. Located in Songdo, the world's largest biologics production cluster, GBC is strategically positioned to drive global advancements in biomanufacturing. I'm confident that GBC, with the support of the GTHB Support Foundation, will further strengthen Korea's leadership in workforce development. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the government of the Republic of Korea for its vision, leadership, and unwavering commitment to global vaccine equity and health security. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, technology transfer is another key component of capacity building and workforce development. Since its founding, IVI has initiated 14 vaccine technology transfers of 6 different vaccines. We have transferred the world's first low-cost oral cholera vaccine to Vietnam, India, Korea, and Bangladesh, and we are currently transferring this vaccine to South Africa. We're currently awaiting final notification of funding to bring this first ever from drug substance vaccine produced by BioVac in South Africa to final efficacy testing. This effort is a part of our Advancing Vaccine End-to-End Capabilities in Africa initiative, also known as AVEC Africa, which aims to build a sustainable vaccine ecosystem across the continent. To facilitate these endeavors, we will soon launch IVI's Africa Regional Office in Rwanda and the AVEC Africa Country Office in Kenya. Our collaboration with partners including the World Health Organization, Africa CDC, Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, industry, and academia is vital to the success of these initiatives. Through these strong strategic partnerships, IVI will continue to collaborate synergistically with Korea and other partners to accelerate workforce development and advance local biomanufacturing. Congratulations once again to everyone involved in GBHC and the World Bio Summit 2024. I hope you'll find this session and the summit both informative and inspiring. Have a pleasant stay in Korea, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jerome Kim, for those valuable words for a safer and equitable world for all humanity. Thank you very much. And then, ladies and gentlemen, next we're honored to invite Dr. Do Yeon-hong, Chairman of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to him. Please give a big round of applause.
Honorable Yoon Sun-jung, Deputy Minister Health and Medical Policies, and Dr. Yukiko Nakatani, Assistant Director General, WHO, Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General, International Vaccine Institute, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm Yeon-hong No, the Chairman of Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. Today, it is with great pleasure to extend my heartfelt congratulations on World Bio Summit 2024 and this session 3 focused on capacity building. This will represent a significant step in our collective effort to advance global health and expand equitable access to vaccines. Through the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen gaps in vaccine accessibilities and the vulnerabilities in the supply chains of low and middle-income countries. To bridge these disparities, it is essential to systematically train professionals in the biosector, and above all, to support LMICs in building self-sufficient capabilities for manufacturing vaccines and biopharmaceuticals. This also demonstrates the importance of international cooperation and collaboration. Since the WHO designated the Republic of Korea as a global training hub for biomanufacturing, or Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative, in February 2022, the Minister of Health and Welfare has achieved significant outcomes by providing comprehensive education and training on vaccine and biopharmaceutical productions processes to trainees from nearly 50 countries. As an ongoing endeavor, a variety of additional training programs, collaborative strategies, and sustained investment will be needed to ensure continuity. I'm confident that today's discussions will effectively address these priorities. Furthermore, as a part of this endeavor, the GTHB Global Bio Campus will be established to provide hands-on, field-oriented training more effectively and intensively. The GBC is a dedicated training facilities of GTHB consisting of a main campus in Songdo and 5 network campuses equipped with bioprocessing facilities designated by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. These include Yonsei University's K-9 in Songdo, Seoul National University Siheung Campus, K-Bio in Osong, the Biopharmaceutical Research Center in Hwasun, and K-Bio CMO Center in Andong. The GTHP Support Foundation is responsible for establishing a main campus and managing GBC's operations. It goes without saying that the International Vaccine Institute, currently conducting theoretical training, is our crucial partner. I look forward to an in-depth discussion in this session on various approaches to address inequities in vaccine supply, collaborative strategies, and investment plan to ensure sustainability. Finally, I'm honored to announce the launch ceremony of the GTHB Global Bio Campus, and please visit the booths during the World Bio Summit 2024. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. No, for highlighting the critical importance of workforce training and also our collaboration in preparing for potential health threats. Thank you. And last but not least, it is my great honor to invite Vice Commissioner Choi Tae-an from the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority to deliver his words of congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Good afternoon. I am Tae-an Choi, Vice President of the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. It's my great honor to express my gratitude to ladies and gentlemen, particularly distinguished guests and speakers. We have come together to address initiatives in training a global workforce for the development of vaccine. Building a global workforce is vital challenge, particularly in low and middle-income countries. We must seek effective ways to cultivate talent worldwide, ensuring that every nation has the skilled professional needed to advance global health. IFED is committed to developing practical training programs through close collaboration between educational institutions and industries. Today's discussions play an important role in shaping our shared vision. Your continued interest and cooperation are invaluable, and we look forward to work together to make this vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our esteemed guest for delivering those valuable words. And this brings us to the end of our words of congratulations, and we'll now proceed to the inauguration of the Global Bio Campus, a dedicated training center for vaccine manufacturing professionals. And this inauguration marks a significant and also symbolic moment in supporting vaccine self-sufficiency for low and middle-income countries, and it also highlights the Republic of Korea's commitment to enhancing global vaccine manufacturing capacity. And before we proceed to the ceremony here on the stage, we will have a brief introduction to the Global Bio Campus delivered by Dr. Yang Hyun-ju, Director General of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. So please join me in welcoming her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hyun-ju Yang, and I work for the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. It is a great honor to introduce the Global Bio Campus to you all. Here are the contents of today's presentation. What is Global Bio Campus, GBC? GBC is a dedicated training facility for Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing, GTHB. GTHB and GBC is operated by GTHB Support Foundation, and these are well defined in the Foundation's Articles of Association. GTHB refers to a central hub for biomanufacturing workforce development designated by WHO in 2022, and the GBC is a facility designated and invested by Ministry of Health and Welfare to provide education and training for personnel involved in vaccine and the biopharmaceutical production in low and middle-income countries. This is the background of the GTHB and the GBC. It was already introduced by the distinguished guest. I will skip this one. And then this is about the Global Bio Campus. GBC is located here in Seongdo and consists of classrooms, hands-on training facilities equipped with practical training equipment. It also includes the GTHB Support Foundation office, which operates GTHB and the GBC. Our main partner, International Vaccine Institute, provides theoretical training, while network campuses provide hands-on or the practical training sessions. The 5 network campuses have been designated by Ministry of Health and Welfare across various regions of Korea, including Seongdo, Siheung, Osong, Hwasun, and Andong, which Dr. No already mentioned. Some of these campuses are equipped with GMP or GMP-like facilities. Hands-on training is available in specialized area at each campus. mRNA vaccine manufacturing process are conducted in Seongdo and Hwasun, antibody manufacturing process in Osong and Siheung, and animal cell-based biopharmaceutical manufacturing processes in Andong, among others. We can provide comprehensive training program that cover both theoretical and hands-on aspects, ranging from laboratory practice to the license. What GBC will do? Since GTHB training begins in 2022, the cumulative number of trainees and the participating countries has been increasing. Now, it is essential to provide tailored training depending on the experience level of trainees and the specific needs of LMICs. GBC will take the lead in these efforts, designing a diverse range of programs and strengthening hands-on training. We are establishing an integrated practical training system. The trainees will first acquire foundation knowledge of vaccine and biopharmaceutical production through hands-on training in plasmid and the microbial-based protein production processes at GBC. This can be followed by practical training in vaccine production process, including mRNA, viral vector, and antibody production at our GMP-based network campuses. Today, we are hosting the opening ceremony for the GBC, which will offer enhanced and diverse training programs to strengthen the capabilities of trainees from LMICs. After my presentation, please join us for opening ceremony and take the opportunity to visit our GBC booth to learn about our initiative. Additionally, we have prepared a VR experience that allows you to explore a GMP facility. So please enjoy it with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. Thank you for a kind introduction. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as she just mentioned, we will now proceed to the ceremony. But before we welcome our dignitaries to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give a big round of applause as we express our encouragement and best wish for the GBC. Please give a big round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you. And now we will proceed with a tape cutting ceremony, and we will also have a photo shoot with our distinguished guests. And while we wish to include everyone in this room, but please understand that only those named will participate in this ceremony. So we ask for your kind understanding. And once I mention your name, please come up to the stage and join this ceremony. First, we'd like to welcome Deputy Minister of Healthcare Policy, Mr. Chong Yun-sun. Please come up to the stage and join this ceremony. And next, Dr. Yukiko Nagatani, Assistant Director General of the WHO. We'd like to welcome you up to the stage. And Dr. Do Yeon-hong, Chairman of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. We'd like to have you up on the stage. And next, Director General of the Bureau of Health Industry, Ms. Chong Eun-young of the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Please come up to the stage. And Dr. Ji Sui-dong, Head of Local Production and Assistant Unit at WHO. Thank you. And next, Dr. Matthew Donham, Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks Director at SAPI. Please come up to the stage. And Dr. Benjamin Coughlin, Senior Health Specialist. Please come up to the stage. Thank you. And next, Vice Commissioner Choi Tae-an of the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. Next, Dr. Richard Golden, Director of International Business Development at the South African Medical Research Council. Dr. Gustav Mendes Rima Santos, Director of Foundation Butantan. Please come up to the stage. And Dr. Jean Baptiste Niandue, Training Coordinator at the East African Community Regional Center. Please come up to the stage. And Ms. Alice Lee from the International Vaccine Institute. And last but not least are Dr. Yang Hyun-ju. Please come up to the stage and join this meaningful ceremony together. And now we will be giving you gloves and scissors. 네, 이제 가위랑 장갑을 저희가 전달해 드리겠습니다. 장갑을 착용해 주시고 가위는 오른손에 들어 주시면 되겠습니다. Now we will handing the gloves and scissors to our esteemed guest on the stage. Please wear them. Please put on your gloves and grab scissors on your right hand. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And once again, for your information, Global Bio Campus is a dedicated training facility for GTHB. And we do have our promotional booth in front of Grand Ballroom A and B. So please visit our booth and know more about us. And to provide education and training for personnel involved in vaccine and biomanufacturing production in global LMICs, we are now launching this meaningful center, which is Global Bio Campus. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us at this ceremony. And before we cut the tape, please grab the ribbon with your left hand. And please look at the camera. Do not cut the tape yet. Let's pretend we're doing it and have a photo shoot together. Look at the camera in front of you. 네, 사진 촬영하겠습니다. 앞쪽 카메라 보시고요. 활짝 웃어주시죠. Please make a huge smile. We have a center one. Thank you. And now it's time to cut the ribbon all together. So ladies and gentlemen, let's count down from 3. So can we do this together? 3, 2, 1. Cut the ribbon. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Congratulations for the successful launching of the Global Bio Campus. Thank you. Thank you very much for your commitment. Now please return to your seats. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a short moment to organize the stage before we go to the keynote speeches. So please remain seated, and I kindly ask all of you to please remain in this room. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now please return to your seat. Thank you. 네, 자리로 모시겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We will now listen to meaningful keynote speeches at this third session of World Bio Summit 2024. Once again, for your information, we do provide simultaneous interpretation service. Channel 4 is English, and Channel 3 will be in Korean. 네, 지금부터 기조 연설 함께 하실 텐데요. 오늘 동시 통역 한국어가 채널 3번입니다. 따라서 3번으로 설정해 주시고 유익한 시간 보내시길 바라겠습니다. With that, now it's time to start our keynote speeches. We do have several distinguished guests to deliver their remarks. And first and foremost, please join me in welcoming Director General Ms. Tong Eun-young of the Bureau of Health Industry at the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. And her presentation will be on performances on the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing and its future plan. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Very nice to meet you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Very nice to meet you. I am Eun Jung, Director General of Health Industry Bureau at the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. It's a great honor for me to be here today at the third session of 2024 World Bio Summit to have the opportunity to present the performance of the GTHB and its future plans. Autumn is the best season to visit Korea. I'm very pleased to meet all of you in the best season. First, here is a brief overview of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing, GTHB, operated by the Government of the Republic of Korea. In response to vaccine inequalities that were exposed by COVID-19 and to ensure rapid resilience from pandemics, it is essential to strengthen vaccine production capabilities in low and middle income countries. For this purpose, in 2022, the World Health Organization designated the Republic of Korea as a global training hub for biomanufacturing, GTHB, entrusting it with the role of providing training and education for biomanufacturing workforce in LMICs. Since then, the Korean government started the first training course within just 5 months after the GTHB designation. In May 2023, the Korean government and the WHO signed the MOU of cooperation and formed a joint steering committee to facilitate a solid operation structure of the GTHB. The following is a summary of the training programs that the GTHB has been conducting over the years. The curriculum consists of the 4 main programs. First is a basic didactics training on vaccine production process and quality control, which has trained approximately 960 individuals up to now. Second, near hands-on training on production process, including mRNA vaccine production. This is conducted in collaboration with ADB, WHO, and IDB, with a cumulative total of 173 trainees. Third, GTHB training institutions and also providing on-site consultations by visiting vaccine companies in middle and low-income countries. Lastly, trainees are required to complete the pre-online training courses before training program in Korea, and there are online courses in the offering for year-round instruction open to anyone worldwide who are interested. Through these various training programs, the GTHB has trained over 2,400 trainees since 2022. The Korean government has invested over $3 million every year to support the GTHB training program, and this contribution will expand through the establishment of a global biocampus. The GTHB has been receiving positive evaluation for providing successful training. The trainees have rated on average participant satisfaction score of over 4.5 out of 5. Now, I will present to you the Global Biocampus, the highlight of this session today. The Global Biocampus is a dedicated training facility for the GTHB. The Korean government is investing a budget of approximately $20 million from the 2024 to 2027 to establish this facility. We are first opening the hands-on training center and the didactics training center at the Yonsei University International Campus in Songdo, and we'll begin the training program next year. And we'll continue to bring in hands-on training equipment over the next 4 years, aiming to make the Global Biocampus a central hub for hands-on training in vaccine and biopharmaceuticals. Trainees will first learn the basic principles of vaccine and biopharmaceutical manufacturing at the Global Biocampus on Training Center, then move on to the 5 network campuses across the country to receive instruction on key vaccine and pharmaceutical manufacturing processes, including mRNA, viral vector, and antibody to meet the global demand. The following is the mid to long-term training plans for the GTHB, along with the Global Biocampus. With the basis at the dedicated training facility of the Global Biocampus, we plan to expand the GTHB training program for the next year. In addition to the didactic, hands-on, and online training conducted until now, our mid to long-term plans include offering advanced courses, internships, and degree programs, and the trainers training program for regional center. Then the GTHB will be capable of training over 2,000 trainees annually. Lastly, this is the Korean government's investment plans and the strategies for the bio workforce development. Over the past 3 years, the Korean government has invested almost $14 million in the operation of the GTHB training program and the establishment of GBC. And we plan to invest $36 million more over the next 7 years for further enhance the training programs, especially the hands-on training. These efforts are expected to bring the cumulatively number of trainees to more than 20,000 over the 10-year period from 2022 to 2031. Our strategy for the GTHB's development is based on discovery, expansion, coordination, and collaboration. We aim to diversify training programs to meet the practical needs of low and middle-income countries. Also, we expand the network campuses equipped with specialized facilities and expertise. Furthermore, we will fulfill our responsibility as a global hub through coordination and collaboration with WHO's regional training centers, which aim to strengthen local production capabilities. In closing, I would like to ask for the active support and cooperation from all of the participants here today to further expand and develop the GTHB that is operated by the Korean government. And the Korean government extends you the full assurance for active cooperation and contributions to the WHO Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative in support of its further development. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General Jung Eun-young, for your leadership and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another big round of applause to Ms. Jung. Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome Dr. Ji Sui-dong, Head of Local Production and Assistant Unit at the World Health Organization, to deliver her presentation under the topic of WHO Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative. So before she takes the podium, yes, please welcome her. But before she takes the podium, let me briefly introduce you to our audience. So Dr. Ji Sui-dong leads initiatives for sustainable health technology manufacturing and oversees the World Local Production Forum. And she was also awarded WHO's Team Excellence Award in 2021. And she holds an MSc in pharmacology and a PhD in biology and an MBA as well. With that introduction, once again, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Ji Sui-dong.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here to speak with you about Global Biomanufacturing Workforce Initiative. And we need collective effort. Each of us need to join this initiative. As we know, a conducive ecosystem is critical for the sustainability and the quality of local production. There are many factors that contribute to this ecosystem, and human capital is one of them. The attention to the biomanufacturing is growing worldwide. In 2023, the biopharmaceutical market was evaluated about $300 to $500 billion, and it is expected to continue to grow in the next 10 years at a compound annual growth rate of at least 10%. Many factors contribute this growth. For instance, the rising prevalence of chronic disease and the rapid aging of the population worldwide. On the other hand, among many lessons we learned from the COVID pandemic, there's one. We realize the vaccine manufacturing capacities are very much concentrated in few countries and regions, which limited the global, timely, and equitable access to the essential medical countermeasures during the pandemic. Based on the growth of the pharmaceutical sector and also the lesson learned from COVID-19 vaccines, there is a big need to build strong workforce to support biomanufacturing development. So this is also recognized by different countries, like in 2023. In US, there's an interagency report outlines the need to boost the education and the manufacturing training initiative and capacity building on biotechnology and biomanufacturing. In Africa, it is estimated there's a big need to grow their local workforce to be able to produce and supply over 16% of vaccines needed by the continent by 2040s. And in WHO, as you know, in the second World Local Production Forum took place in 2023, there is one important recommendation which call on the global communities to build up a network to synchronize training resources and facilities to build public and private sectors vaccine manufacturing capabilities. Under this context, WHO launched WHO Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative, which includes 3 pillars. Number 1 is WHO existing training activities. Number 2 is our Global Biomanufacturing Training Hub, GTHB. Number 3 is regional training centers. This slide just gave you some example to show the existing training activities organized by WHO. As you know, in 2020, there was big need from member states to request WHO to conduct capacity building for vaccine manufacturing. But training in person was not possible. So we launched our flagship program, Virtual GMP Training Marathon, in 2020. Since 2020 until now, we already organized 5 annual GMP training marathons with progressively advanced GMP concept with in-depth knowledge and content. To complement the GMP training marathon, in 2022, we also launched Week of Quality for Vaccine and Biologicals from another angle, like CMC specification to build quality in vaccine production. We also organized regional training workshop to build ecosystem along a pharmaceutical value chain from R&D to technology transfer, to production, scaling up, to market authorization, along the value chain, indeed, use a holistic approach. Next week, we will organize this in collaboration with our regional office in Malaysia. So you are very welcome to attend it. We also updated timely technology transfer guideline to provide member states with a standardized approach to conduct technology transfer and absorb technologies. Training on technology transfer was also organized. So since 2020, WHO has been providing training for about 8,000 professionals from the world, and 1/3 is from Africa. So the second pillar, we already have a lot of discussion on that. It's a very important pillar. It's a GTHB, hosted by Ministry of Health and Welfare of Republic of Korea. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of Korea for your commitment for the global workforce development. I would also like to thank Director General Tong Eun-yun and with her team. I try to pronounce, maybe not very clear, it's a lady here, and her team for very close collaboration and tireless effort to conduct this initiative. I can see the Global Training Hub will play a very important role in this initiative based on their strong background, strong commitment, and also the impressive network campus. One of contribution we are expecting from you is a train the trainer program, and also the hands-on training based on very advanced infrastructure. So I thank you again for your support. And third one is a regional training center. We launched the call of a regional training center to target audience from Afro and Emerald regions, East Mediterranean regions, this March, actually the past March. Currently, we are under the late phase of selection. The selected candidate, we will visit you and to do the final evaluation. So the second call will be launched very soon for the remaining 4 regions. So you can see the architecture. We have a WHO training activity. We have our global training hub in Republic Korea. We have a regional training center. So these 3 pillars will complement to each other to provide standardized training activities around the world. So with that, we have a lot of aspiration and a lot of expectation. We need to work together and build our global workforce and to support the biomanufacturing sector development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jae Sui-dong, for your presentation. And also, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to the WHOs for its unwavering dedication and support as well. Thank you very much for those valuable presentation. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Richard Gordon, to the stage. He is Director of International Business Development at the South African Medical Research Council, and today he will be talking on building vaccine manufacturing capacities in Southern Africa, lessons learned and opportunities. And for a brief introduction of our speaker, he focuses on African capacity building and funder engagements via the African Health Research and Innovation Funders Forum, and he was also Executive Director at SAMRCs for grants and partnerships, and he has held roles on various health committees and completed his PhD at the University of Cape Town. With that introduction, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Honourable delegates, thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for the invite to come and present. I'm going to give a presentation with through an African lens to update you on some of the training activities on the continent and how it links into some of these in the room here. So I don't need to start the presentation. Some of the previous presenters have given half of my talk, but we have been here before, and we are learning the lessons from what happened beforehand. And I think the one thing that COVID has told us is that it does really matter where vaccines are made, because as one of the speakers in the first session on global supply chain came, it takes one emergency outbreak in one country and that can have a knock-on effect around the globe. So regional production and regional training, I think, is very important and how we need to try and address some of these challenges. So we have been here before. COVID was not the first time we had a global challenge with vaccine access. We had it with flu, just less than 10 years beforehand. So the world has kind of learned that making vaccines in different parts of the world is actually really, it's not a nice to have, it's essential to have. So many of you would have seen this slide beforehand, and it is actually one of the main reasons we all came together. It was the announcement of the mRNA vaccine hub that was provided to Afrigen in South Africa. Those of you who have seen Petro to Blanche in the meeting room here in the last few days, this is really the program that we've all been part of. I was part of the components of the program where there were actually 3 components. One component was Afrigen, that we mentioned beforehand, which is really making the vaccine candidate. The second component was around transferring the technology initially to BioVac, also represented in the meeting to here. And then there was a component of the program looking at R&D, developing a vaccine candidate pipeline, and the training initiatives that go along with it as well. The program has grown, and the reason why I'm just showing you this slide is not to talk about and give a plug for the mRNA Hub program, but it is not just a South African program. There are now a number of collaborating private sector companies around the world. There are 15 of them, of which there are, I think, six countries just on the African continent alone that will be requiring some of the training, and many of you will be familiar with some of those who are actually present at the meeting as well. So how does this link to training? Well, essentially, the formation of the mRNA hub, the realization of the vaccine inequality that was going on in the global supply of vaccines, really necessitated Africa to be building its own manufacturing industry. And with that goes the obvious question of capacity development and human capacity resources. But the problem we experience, and I'm talking from an African point of view, is that there were lots of people wanting to offer training to Africa, and for a period of time, it was very difficult to know where to turn. Many governments, many funding agencies were all looking to provide training. We were not really talking about the same thing. Training for one country is not training in another country, and we were all talking past each other. And the schematic I always use on the bottom left-hand corner, picture 10 training facilities talking to 54 African countries at the same time, all offering training. And really what you got was a very complicated mirage and very noisy area of who does what is virtual, what is lab-based training, who is funding, who is not funding, and really how does this link to job creation and industry building. So what we then did was, together with the Pasteur Institute of Dakar, unfortunately, Amadou Sall is not here today, and along with the Africa CDC, and Dr. Jean Cassé is not here today. So I thought this would be a good time to put this presentation together. We invited a number of different training entities and funders to Dakar in Senegal in February of 2023, where we spoke about, let's try and put together an African-wide training program where we can coordinate and synergize with a number of activities going on in the world, and particularly the program of the capacity event with IBI and the Global Training Hub. And you will see IVI were at this meeting. So really, just to summarize in a nutshell, these were the kind of key take-home messages that I would probably like to just maybe stress with the many members in the room. The first thing was really getting what we would call the nomenclature right. You know, what are we talking about? What are the training and what are the needs of each different regions? Are we upskilling people who are currently employed, or are we training people straight out of high school or from university? We were all talking as though we were training the same different group, and when actually we're not. We're training very different, distinct groups. Understanding what the market needs. How many people do we need? Is it 20,000? Is it actually 1,000? Is it 8,000? And how does that break down per different groups? How do we get different funders to align? Some funders like to fund infrastructure, some funders fund capacity development, some like to fund infrastructure, but they're all needed for the same project. So how do we get the funders aligned? And then probably the most important thing to come out of the training program was, how do we link these to actually growing the industry? Training people just for the sake of training people, how does that link to building an industry where these are retained by the companies themselves and they become employees? So we don't train 20,000 people and only 300 get jobs in the African continent. So linking it to sustainable employment, I think, is a very important element that is often overlooked and doesn't really feature into the discussion. So the outcome of that meeting resulted in a roadmap in Lusaka at the CHPIA meeting last year, where a landscape analysis and a competency framework was then developed across Africa, detailing the different skills, the different skill levels, and how they kind of fitted together. And then each country was then asked to put together training programs and regional training consortia. Dr. Dong has just spoken about the regional collaborating centers. This 100% aligns with what the WHO were looking to do, where countries and regions get together and put together consortia to apply. This is exactly what South Africa did. And this would be one example of the different consortia that were put together, with each different member playing a part. So this is one of the consortia in the sub-Saharan area. It is I've gone forward one too many. I've gone forward two too many. So if you were looking at, in South Africa alone, there would be groups working together as part of a consortium. So you would get the CSRR, who would be doing bioprocess training for people who are employed by companies. There would be the MRC, my institution. We were looking at training students straight out of university who are unemployed and seeking to bridge the gap. You have Uvu Bio, who are based in Cape Town, but also in Rwanda, who are looking to put together training programs for those that branch in between. And essentially that when funders and collaborators approach countries or regions, they don't have to approach one entity, they approach the consortium of how best to partner, which is exactly how we are working with organizations such as IVI with the training center. Just to give you a couple of pictures of some of the things that are going on. This is really in the bioprocessing side, where the CSRR put together a number of different training courses for students around Africa. This is the program with the MRC is putting together with the young students coming straight out of a 3-year bachelor's degree, where they have a 6-month hands-on training program where they are learned on the upstream and downstream processes at university, with the goal of seeking to transition these into the industry. These 3 cohorts on the top and on the left-hand side, there were 50 graduates, of which close to 35 have been absorbed by the industry to look to build. The last message I would like to leave you with is we can't only focus on bioprocess training. There are lots of other elements that are associated with it. When you go to the private sector and you ask what are the skills that you are needing, often the topic of supply chain management comes up a lot. Securing your reagents and consumables is something that very few people look at. There's also regulatory. How are we capacitating the regulators in the different parts of the continent? So one example, we showed you some pictures where we are funding interns at the South Africa Health Products Regulation Agency. We have 6 students there, where the idea is to train them up over a year period to be absorbed. And the last idea is in the bottom right-hand corner, what happens when machines break down? Where are the engineers being trained to troubleshoot aspects when bioreactors break down or need to be serviced, so there's a blockage somewhere? So looking at engineers about how we are training those supporting systems that can work in the vaccine production industry. So that's just a quick summary of the kinds of things that are going on in Africa at the moment, all linked to what the Africa CDC, the WHO, the mRNA Hub program, and obviously that ties in with what IVI is doing with the Global Training Hub as well. So I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for sharing the Southern African region's efforts to enhance vaccine manufacturing capacities. Another big round of applause to our presenter. Thank you. And last but not least, we do have one last presentation here on the stage. It's time to welcome Dr. Gustavo Mendes Lima Santos, Director of Foundation Butantan of Brazil. And today, his presentation will be about a Latin American perspective on GTHB. And for introduction of our speaker, Dr. Gustavo holds degrees in pharmacy and history, specializing in public health and toxicology, and is completing his PhD in pharmaceutical sciences. And with over 20 years of experience, he has worked intensively in pharmaceutical regulation, gaining international recognition in regulatory affairs and biologics. He also contributed to vaccine development for neglected diseases at the International Vaccine Institute here in South Korea. With that introduction, another big round of applause to our presenter.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So I'm honored to bring you some of the perspectives of a Latin American that represents a Brazilian institution. This is the picture of Butantan Institute, one of the largest manufacturing sites for vaccines and biological products in America, in Latin America. And also, I'm sharing the experience as a faculty of GTHB since the beginning of the activities in 2022. So my experience as faculty was focused on regulatory affairs, good manufacturing practices, and international stakeholders. So these topics that we have included in the program of GTHB was considering the fact of the demands that these attendees brought to us, and considering, of course, that the needs of low and middle income countries pretty much are based on the fact that there is the intention to build local capacity, to get autonomy on manufacturing of vaccines and biological products, but we lack a lot of how to comply with regulations, how to comply with GMP, which we know that for biological products and vaccines are way more challenging than for synthetic products, and also to know how different stakeholders come together in order to facilitate, in order to provide access to this kind of products. So the highlights of the experience as faculty in GTHB in these different editions of the introductory course and the good practices courses is the fact that this global interaction, and in this picture here, this is the most recent picture we have of these activities. The global interaction is one of the pillars of this activity, where we have opportunity to share experiences and also share challenges we have in the different regions in order to overcome these possibilities of getting a local manufacturing site. And another fundamental aspect of this experience is the harmonization of understanding and applications of the concepts. Because although we have important initiatives in WHO and ICH, PICS, and other forums where their goal is to have harmonized requirements for having facilities, capacity building, quality practices, we know that understanding this in the level that is eventually building that in the company is a challenge. So that's why this experience was really important, to bring this in the common concepts and common application in these different regions. Also, we in Butantan had the opportunity to get the on-site consultation and training provided by IVI and GTHB. So at the moment, so this happened this year. So this picture is from October, which was quite recent. And one of the needs we had, and at that time that was addressed by the technical team that joined us in Brazil, was mainly focused on mRNA technology, which is, we have seen all over the world, that is a technology that is very promising, a technology that has shown the capability to be fast, to address health emergencies very quickly. And we are bringing that to Butantan as a strategic initiative, and having this on-site consultation and training was our opportunity to understand more, to optimize the development, and to avoid unnecessary efforts regarding cost, regarding studies, and this was really important. And another initiative that I want to focus is that was part of the consultation we had with the GTHB in Butantan, was the arboviruses clinical trials. Butantan is developing both chikungunya and dengue vaccine, as some of you may know. Chikungunya vaccine is a partnership with Valneva, and we now have this vaccine ready for submission. We know that was quite an innovative regulatory approach for this vaccine, since chikungunya is not a disease that has a prevalence that we can do clinical trials in a regular way. And with the post-pandemic experience, we know that new approaches for approval of vaccines like this is required. So the experience IVI brought to us was really, IVI and GTHB team brought to us was really important for us to exchange experience, think about strategy, and getting this vaccine ready to be approved. Same way dengue. Dengue, we have the most advanced vaccine to be submitted in Brazil regarding the development we made with NIH strain. And we had the opportunity also to share some strategies for clinical studies and optimization of development. So the highlights are there. This is just a picture of our facility in São Paulo, in Brazil. We have different buildings ready for these biological initiatives, which include these vaccines I mentioned, but also monoclonal antibodies and other platforms, mRNA platforms, and other platforms we intend to evolve. And with this on-site consultation and training, you had the opportunity to get the knowledge and the training for this new platform and share the experience in multi-regional clinical studies. Well, to finish my presentation, I want to share some of the immediate tasks and future visions on what we understand in a Latin America perspectives that could be helpful. And one is the fact that the vaccine market and production capability in the Americas, especially in Latin America, has grown a lot, especially after the pandemic. This is a region that suffers a lot with some infectious diseases, and also has strong experience with the use of vaccines. Brazil is one of the countries that serves as an example for national immunization program, so that's why the market is so attractive. So as you can see, for Brazil, we have incorporated many vaccines in our local manufacturers, but it is still, the local vaccine production is still 48% of what we use eventually. So that's why we want to grow this number, to get more autonomy, and Brazil, as the largest country in Latin America, is one example to be watched in this future vision. And of course, the clinical trials. The number of clinical trials in Latam grew significantly, especially after pandemic, where we have developed some capacity to run these clinical trials, but we still need to be more involved in multi-regional studies. And we know that Latin America has a quite diverse population in terms of ethnicity and access. But we understand that as a future vision, this region should be considered for the efforts of these strategies. So for the conclusions, the GHB experience was fundamental for experience and challenges sharing. Local vaccine manufacturing is goal, but capacity building is a limiting factor, as we have seen. And a suggestion is enhancing Latin engagement as an important strategy for more global opportunities. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom, Dr. Gustav. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our first part of session 3. Now we will have a short break for about 10 minutes. We do have some coffee in the lobby, so please enjoy coffee and please come back to this hall after 10-minute break. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Session 3 of the World Bio Summit 2024. We'll now begin a panel discussion which will focus on strategies and future challenges for global workforce development. And today's panel features experts from around the world in various fields, each bringing valuable expertise and perspectives. And it's time to welcome our moderator to the stage, and this session will be led by Dr. Matthew Donham. And we'd like to introduce him briefly. Please come up to the stage. Thank you. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you. So for the brief introduction of our moderator, Dr. Matthew Donham is a CEPI's Director of Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks and also serves as WHO's Technical Advisory Group to enhance local health product manufacturing. And with experience at Protherics, Bavarian Nordic, and Novartis and AstraZeneca, he has led the development of vaccines, antibodies, and therapeutics for various indications. He has co-authored 40 publications and also holds 3 patents. And ladies and gentlemen, he will be here with us and leading the session. And next, we'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists to the stage. First, please join me in welcoming Dr. Benjamin Copeland, Senior Health Specialist at Asian Development Bank, to the stage. Thank you for joining us today. Please be seated. Thank you. And next, please welcome Dr. Jean Baptiste Niandoué, Training Coordinator at the East African Community Regional Center of Excellence for Vaccines, Immunization, and Health Supply Chain Management in Rwanda. Please welcome him. Thank you. And we're honored to have Ms. Alice Lee, Director of Business Development at the International Vaccine Institute. Please welcome her to the stage. Thank you. And last but not least, please welcome Dr. Yang Hyun-ju, Secretary General of the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. Please welcome her to the stage. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you. And with that introduction, we'd like to ask our moderator, please lead the session. You may have the floor. We have a microphone.
Hope you can hear me okay. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. And it's an honor to be here to be able to present and chair this panel today. I might stand up actually. To chair this panel today. So what I'm going to be talking about a little bit is the strategies, obviously, for enabling global workforce development and initiatives. And I don't think the slides are being presented, but I can talk through a few things that we're going to be talking about today. Before I get into that, I just wanted to, oh, there we go, it's on the slide. What I wanted to share is a little bit about what CEPI, together with the COVAX partners, undertook through the COVID pandemic. We did an assessment of the workforce profile required for the biomanufacturing sector. So we've heard a little bit already today about the need to have more training and more workforce, but what we looked into through this study was what specific skill sets were required, and we might get into some of this as we go through the discussion today. As you can see on the screen, what this assessment revealed was that the manufacturing science and technology, or MSAT, the quality, and the production staff were the hardest to find through this particular survey. And we looked at certain elements, and we looked at various areas to think about how to support vaccine manufacturing moving forwards. You can see it depended on the sending partners, the receiving partners, but training basically needs were varied according to the location and according to the maturity, the starting position of the respective organization. So we might get into some of these topics in a little moment. I don't want to talk for too long. So in terms of the panel discussion today, we're going to talk a little bit about the strategies to promote biomanufacturing workforce development and activities and the requirement for them to be implemented, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. We're going to be looking about the training capacity building activities and how these may be promoted. and also how to build and the impacts of those from a biopharma perspective, and of course how to make sure that that is sustainable moving forwards. And then also ways to assess the impact and the outcomes of workforce training. So it's not just the training, but how to apply it and how to think about it moving forwards to support the activities. And we've had some thoughts on that already today, basically. So without further ado, I'm going to start introducing our panel, and each of them will be able to say a few words, and then there'll be a Q&A session. And the first person I'm going to turn to is to my left, Benjamin Coughlin, who is a former senior health specialist with the ADB health team. He is a public health physician and a medical epidemiologist with experience at APD. He specializes in health systems strengthening across Asia and the Pacific, and his expertise spans COVID-19, climate change, NCDs, digital health, and universal health coverage. So, Benjamin, may I offer you the floor to give us some initial thoughts? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matthew. Are the slides coming up? No, sorry, wrong person. I can try and present your slides, might be hard. I might just start then while they're working that out. So I think the first thing for me, I think, is to take a step back, right, for Asian Development Bank and what health means for ADB, right, and the tremendous opportunity we find ourselves in here, the silver lining, I think, of the COVID pandemic. So the first thing is that, pre-COVID, ADB really was only spending a very small share of the total portfolio on health, less than 3% and probably closer to 1% in most years. So health was not a priority in terms of our financing to support the development of health systems in our region. And the demand for training, capacity building in the vaccine and regulatory space was kind of non-existent. It's not true that we didn't support it, but it was kind of blended in with general health system strengthening support. It wasn't a focus in and of its own. Now with COVID, obviously it was a health-led response, and so the share of funding from ADB to strengthen health systems and respond to the pandemic jumped up to, in 1 year, I think it was over 30% of the total portfolio of ADB. So a dramatic increase. And I think what it also did was allowed us, as we've all been sort of dissecting here, analysing, it elucidated many of the gaps and bottlenecks that we as a bank had an opportunity to strengthen. We see post-COVID a kind of stabilisation of an interest in health from our developing member countries, maybe tracking around 10% of the total portfolio. And much of that interest relates to capacity building for vaccine manufacturing and for regulatory strengthening. So just to really unpack a little what we've done with COVID and how we're taking these COVID initiatives forward for long-term system strengthening, I think is a really important thing. We're a bank, right? So we provide financing. So the main thrust of our response to COVID was $20 billion in immediate support to prop up health systems, provide emergency supplies, and we also created a $9 billion fund to procure vaccines, of which over $6 billion was utilised by countries. But we didn't necessarily leverage the power of that purchasing for vaccines, the $9 billion. It was given to countries who then had bilateral negotiations with the pharmaceutical companies that produced the vaccines. So it was a bilateral deal rather than a pool procurement deal. So I think our value in understanding procurement systems and strong supply chains is continuing, and we're exploring very closely and looking around the world at potential pool procurement measures to strengthen the resilience of health systems to provide essential medicines and emergency measures during pandemics. The other side was the main problem we had in terms of using the money to purchase vaccines was regulatory issues, for which, as a bank, we were not really equipped to deal with. So we formed a regional vaccine advisory group composed of the 12 national regulators from member countries from ADB within and outside Asia Pacific who gave us key advice on how we could streamline purchasing of vaccines to get them to people, but also in doing that recognised, I guess, the fundamental weaknesses of national regulators across our region and the need then to strengthen them. So a long-term effort was needed. The APVAX funds, the Asia Pacific Vaccine Access Facility, did have a mechanism where countries could use the money to strengthen their system, train their staff, but almost no countries used that. So during a pandemic, they didn't see the value of investing in training and capacity building at that point, but they do now. So we're working closely with the Centre for Regulatory Excellence in Singapore, tying their expertise to build the capacities of regulators as we're investing in new manufacturing facilities in some of the larger countries in our region, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Pakistan potentially. So we're bringing that together in a formal technical assistance package for long-term strengthening for the regulators, capacity building. Now, the last point, I guess, was some direct, which is probably more relates to the GTHB, and the precursor for the GTHB was working closely with Yonsei University here in Songdo and K. Nybert to train a core batch, around 90, 100 people from across our developing member countries in mRNA technologies. Now, the difference there is we didn't just bring the manufacturers together, we brought them together with regulators from their own country and academia from their own country to have that kind of network, that personal connection between those three different groups who historically never really interacted. So we see that as a real fundamental strength of some of the training that GTHB offers here. And we're coalescing all of these streams, pool procurement, regulatory strengthening, vaccine manufacturing know-how, into a new initiative we call ADVANCE. So the Asia Diagnostics Vaccine and Therapeutics Network, to really bolster the supply of routine medicines and make all of our countries in this region much better prepared for the next pandemic. I'll stop there, Matthew. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. So maybe moving on along the line. So next we have Dr. Jean-Baptiste Nyandwi, who is a lecturer and researcher in pharmacology at the University of Rwanda. He is the training coordinator at the EAC RCE VIH-SCM, and he leads the capacity building efforts in vaccine regulatory affairs and supply chain management. Dr. Nyandwi also serves on Rwanda's National Pharmacovigilance and Standards Board, and he's a pharmacist by profession and registered as a senior consultant. So Dr. Nyandwi, may I give you the floor to share some thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm here and with great honor take you through the human resource development in the East African community. And as you can see, I'm responsible for the training in the East African Community Regional Center of Excellence for vaccine immunization and of supply chain management. The center started back in 2016 following a research by Gavi and other development partners about the immunization coverage that was stagnant in the region at 80%. And the main challenges were the supply chain and access to health commodities, because okay. As you can see, the ESC is located in the East African region, and most of the population live in rural areas. And that time, the challenge was the access to vaccines and other health commodities, but also the skills of personnel working in the health, in the supply chain sector. And beyond that, right on 2020, we got a strong linkage with initiatives that are ongoing in Africa. You may know the African Technology Foundation, IVIA, ERO, AMA, BioNTech Africa, and the initiatives around Town Africa CDC. So following that findings, the recommendation were to establish capacity building programs and we immediately started with supply chain management, capacity building, and talent development around supply chain management. And we started with short courses and MSc in health supply chain management. And in 2021, we started the development of MSc in pharmaceutical analysis and quality assurance, and now we have the first cohort. And following the initiative with vaccine manufacturing, we are soon launching other master's program, including the MSc in vaccinology, regulatory affairs, and clinical trials. So far, we have graduated, we have graduated 135 healthcare professionals in supply chain management at MSc level, and we trained more than 2,400 healthcare professionals in different short courses. And you can see a list of different short courses from which healthcare professionals were trained. And recently, through upskilling program, we were directed into biomanufacturing-related capacity building, and you can see a list of short courses that we facilitated in a collaboration with our partners, including IVI, Egyptian Drug Authority, and FDA Ghana. So that's all I have to present to you. We work in a collaboration with different partners because we don't have all the skilled personnel and trainers required to offer all those kind of trainings. So we rely on our partners and we rely on their expertise in different areas of specialization. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so thanks very much indeed, Dr. Nandi. We're going to move on now, and following those two excellent starting presentations, to hand to Ms. Alice Lee. Alice is, of course, the Business Development Director at the IVI. She leads the new project development and manages partnerships for vaccine research and development and training programs for capacity building. Alice has over 23 years of experience and is recently devoted to the GHB that we've heard about already in this session today, that program and its execution. So Alice, may I hand you the floor for some introductory comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Downham, and thank you, the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to start the kind of usual presentation about how GTHB has been progressed so far. So as you can see, over the last 3 years and until up to today, we've been training more than 1,000 people in person. And we've been training additional more than 3,000 people online. And I think this is reflection of the true demand and needs of the low and middle income countries. So we are enjoying every time more than 3.5 or 4% versus 1 competition rate in the application. And that also reflects the true demand of the LMIC. So we are making a lot of success in GTHB, and I think that is basically true demand of the recipient of this training support. And I really thank the Korea government, MOHW, and GTHB Supporting Foundation for the tremendous support, as well as WHO. And as you have seen, IBI is pretty much focused on the basic and standard training currently, and we'll be focusing on that for next 2 years. So first 5 years will be focusing on the basics and standards. And that will, in return, give us more than 1,000 people trained regarding these basics. And after that, we'll move to the next stage regarding hands-on and other intermediate knowledge, including manufacturing science and technology and MSET. And while we are doing basics knowledge and the standard, we should be trained somewhere in the future. So we are also planning and discussing very heavily with MOHW and other stakeholders how to transfer this current GTHB basic and standard training into local. So while we have the local training centers like under WHO, I think it is a good opportunity for us to transplant this basic training capacity into the local centers and have the basic capacity localized for the continuous capacity strengthening. So after that, we also try to match the needs of the stakeholders and trying to build and design various programs. So apart from the current basic courses, we are doing a lot of on-site consultation. This is also giving us a lot of ideas in how to support the low and middle income countries' manufacturing partners regarding the building ecosystem and strengthening not just manufacturing per se, because we are not teaching people to how to manage the equipment. Running the manufacturing facility needs a lot more than that. You need HR, you need facility management, you need how to fix the problem, and you need to maintain the structure. All those things needs to be included. And online consultation reflects a lot of those demands. And also we are preparing a lot of also various hands-on training centers thanks to the public CDMO centers in Korea. So based on most of the platform that is available for the next future, we are ready, I think. So we have cell culture training centers, bacteria, mRNA, vectored vaccine, monoclonal antibody. We have specified platform-based training centers for every needs. So I believe that all the LMIC manufacturing centers will cover most of the new technology. They will be specialized in one or two. So matching those individual needs, we can also provide a matching facility and matching experts to be able to train the people. And that is what we are preparing. And while we are preparing the intermediate, I think we will also move to the next stage. So NRA strengthening is one of that. And also manufacturing partners need to communicate and engage with the NRAs. So the quality by design and common technical document, those things, and dossier analysis, all those things will be added in the future. So this is the plan of GTHB in some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Lee, sorry. Next, I'm going to turn to Dr. Hyunju Yang, who obviously spoke a short moment ago, but Dr. Yang is a PhD in pharmacy, and she's currently working as the Director General at the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing Support Foundation. Dr. Yang has over 30 years of experience in the field of clinical research, regulatory affairs and market access at major pharmaceutical companies, including AstraZeneca, Daiichi Sankyo, and others. Her focus spans oncology, biologics, and global pharmaceutical industry standards. With that, Dr. Yang, may I hand you the floor to give us some opening thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. In this panel discussion, so I don't like to touch on some specific cases and the plans because the Alice already explained about some of the GTHB training programs, the past and current. This slides, you already have seen this slide from my previous introductions of the Global Bio Campus. Here, I'd like to highlight the collaborative training by introducing two hands-on trainings which are being conducted now this month. The first one is the hands-on training for upstream process in cell-based vaccine manufacturing. This program is being conducted by IVI and the K-Bio CMO Center in Andong. So CMO Andong has the K-Bio CMO Center in Andong has some facilities for animal cell-based biopharmaceutical manufacturing. I think after 2 days theoretical training sessions by IVI, the trainees participates in in-depth hands-on training in Andong campus. The next one is about the hands-on training for mRNA vaccine manufacturing. This is led by KNIBRT in Songdo and the Jeonnam Biopharmaceutical Research Center in Hwasun, which has microbial-based mRNA manufacturing facilities. In this program, trainees receive hands-on experience at lab or pilot scale at KNIBRT and then continue on to GMP scale training at Hwasun campus. In addition, trainees learn about the vaccine safety and the regulatory process through KVKST, a subsidiary of the Korean Regulatory Authority, yes, MFGS. I think this collaboration model between the main campus, network campus, and then our main partner will be further advanced. I'd like to touch on some the customized training based on some accumulated data during 2022 to 2024. As you can see from these slides, yes, you can have some very big growth in terms of the number of trainees and the number of countries. Not analysis, so I reviewed the number of countries who, based on the number of trainees who attended introductory courses in 2022 and 2023. So please note this data is quite preliminary draft, so there might be difference from the data shown yesterday by Dr. Yukiko Nakatani. When I categorized the total number of trainees by country into 5 levels, over 30, 21 to 30, 11 to 20, 2 to 10, and only 1. I found that 15 countries sent trainees only once. Among these, 8 are of African countries and 4 are Asian countries. How can we interpret this data and what might be the underlying factors? To enhance workforce capabilities in addressing the vaccine inequality, should we expand the training program? If so, in what ways and in what areas? There are many questions in my mind. Therefore, I believe that it is time to consider developing a customized training program. So to achieve this, I think the first step, I think, is to analyze the various factors and then to have some evaluations based on the analyzed data, and then we needed to develop and then design some training courses based on that the training needs by each countries or the level, the experience level of the trainees. So there are many trainees who took the training through the GTHB, and there might have another needs for them to be trained for the further knowledge increase or to contribute to the health industry, I think. So maybe next year, I think that our foundations will do this kind of the research or the study to evaluate the training needs or some the country-specific training demand for the vaccine and biomanufacturing process. So that's all I would like to mention about that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Maybe a round of applause for the whole of the panel. Thank you. So with that, we've heard now from all 4 panel members regarding their perspectives from each of their respective organizations. What I'm now going to do is just turn to each of them with a brief question and dive into some of what they've kindly shared already. And Dr. Cochran, I'm going to start with yourself in terms of what you've shared from ADB's perspectives and investments to training vaccine manufacturing workforce, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. And some thoughts maybe from you on how can workforce training and capacity building be promoted to enhance the necessary resources to sustainably ensure biomanufacturing, particularly in low middle income countries. Maybe some thoughts from you on that, please. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Matthew. I think the first thing to realise is that we're really country driven, right? So if a country has demand in the health sector, if it's capacity and training, we will do everything to meet that demand. So at the moment, I think what we need to do is you know, our immediate focus is on those countries which have expressed demand for training and vaccine manufacturing and in regulatory strengthening. So that's those countries, the large ones I mentioned, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Pakistan. So augmenting their manufacturing capability is going to do a lot for regional health security, for regional manufacturing, for Asia and Pacific. So I think that's on the sovereign side, so the lending to governments. But the other thing that ADB can add value on is joining up with the private sector. So we look through COVID at supporting various tech transfers, you know, to allow mRNA technologies into the region, which didn't come off. But I think there is increasing interest amongst the private sector players throughout Asia Pacific to draw on ADB capital to develop new capacities. So I think that's something we should do. Now, in working with those countries, we should leverage the learning in terms of capacity building and education and training that we're deriving. So, for instance, for those countries, we're developing regulatory roadmaps, which is a long journey to move from ML2 to ML3 to ML4. It's not an overnight exercise. So realistic roadmaps with sustained financing, which a bank can bring to the equation, I think, is a core element of sustainable workforce development in these areas. Now, the other thing perhaps we can work on, I said we're country-driven, country demand, is to raise that demand for some of those smaller countries which will probably never be manufacturers, but need to understand manufacturing. So the regulators need to do that. The procurement guys, supply chain guys need to understand products that are coming to market. So there's opportunity for us to build that capacity so that there is equality of access across all of Asia and the Pacific. The other thing I think is, and it's really the essence of why we're here, is to learn from the many initiatives that are really coming to fruition, like GTHB now, and maximise the opportunities with connecting people from all over the world. So I don't think we as a bank are necessarily, you know, we have a real focus on vaccine manufacture and regulatory strengthening, but we're not talking to the people in the room from Africa. We're not talking to the people from Latin America, who I'm sure have very practical lessons to share about how they're implementing the learning that they're taking home from Korea. And that sort of implementation element, I think, is really important above and beyond the classroom learning. And that's something we really want to bring to the equation here. There are two regulators, so Australia's Therapeutic Goods Administration and Swiss Medic, who provide regulatory strengthening into Africa and into Asia Pacific. Now, they have a very finite capacity, and they have made it known that when they trying to identify expertise to bring to these countries so that there is in situ training, not in a classroom, but on the job training, it's almost impossible to find those people. So I think we have a global shortage of that type of person who has the soft skills to work in a different country, but also the technical knowledge to really help drive learning within institutions and to retain that learning. So that's something we need to think about, and we're looking at mechanisms where we can overcome some of those shortfalls in the personnel, the expertise, such as an online portal that allows regulators to connect together, an online portal that allows a single application for industry to different markets. So some of those creative enablers, I think, are things we all need to explore together. And ADB, you know, is willing to put some money behind to sustain those efforts. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. Quick round of applause, yeah. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Cochran. That's very important to hear in terms of the focus on the different skill sets. Moving on down the panel here, Dr. Nandwi, you've shared kindly on the East Africa countries, particularly, of course, Rwanda, where you're based, in terms of the training and the workforce experience that's going on. How helpful are the current programs? Is there certain elements of the workforce training and development that should be continued? Are there any areas where you think they should be changed? Are you noticing already any kind of revisions to what's been implemented? It's just interesting to get that feedback. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Matthew. I will start with the usefulness of the training that we have been offering since 2016. When we started, we had a mission to bridge the gap in talents involved in supply chain management. That was the primary focus back in 2016. And many of the trained healthcare professionals are working in immunization program and the supply chain of vaccines and other health commodities in different supply chain national authorities or agencies across the East African community. And based on the testimonies, you can see huge improvement in terms of professionalizing the supply chain in the region. And based on the testimonies, we have been awarded a long-term agreement with UNICEF Supply Division to support, to go beyond the region and support East and Southern region of Africa. And we managed to also expand the training to Gambia, Malawi, and Sierra Leone. And recently, I think it is last week, we expanded the training to Fiji. Fiji is the Pacific Island, again in collaboration with UNICEF Supply Chain Division. So that highlights the importance of our training in supply chain management, quantification, and the cold chain equipment maintenance, because we are looking at the entire supply chain activities. And secondly, I'll be back on the initiative in vaccine manufacturing talent development back in 2020. When we started the short courses and the MSc to support vaccine manufacturing in the region, we were not aware of what Africa CDC will engage in. And then came the ambition of the Africa CDC to have 60% of the vaccines produced in Africa for Africans. And if you look at the statistics, there is a huge gap in terms of skilled personnel to produce and manufacture vaccines. You can imagine currently with around 3,000 full-time equivalent skilled personnel for vaccine manufacturing to 12,000, a gap of 9,000 personnel who should be trained or who should be recruited to work in the vaccine manufacturing space. So the demand is still huge, and you can see we are also moving from the last end of vaccine manufacturing and production, which is the supply chain, to R&D, quality control, clinical trials, upstream and downstream processes, to have the entire landscape of vaccine manufacturing ecosystem. And the need is huge, and we are still on track. I would like to come back on the needs that, or the change that we should make. I don't see any kind of change, but the synergy. Many speakers have been talking about the synergy, collaboration, network, the regional training hub, and so on, especially in Africa, because Africa is still behind in terms of vaccine manufacturing, and we need a lot of trainers in our pool to be able to support local trainings. And with that, I think we need to have a training of trainers, training in Africa, and this can support the initiative from WHO to establish a biomanufacturing training hub. It can also support the Africa CDC initiative to establish the regional capacity and capability network hubs. So those are the additions you would need to scale up or to accelerate the talent development in vaccine manufacturing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Nandi. And what you've said there links very much with what Dr. Dong was saying from the WHO earlier, that with the rapid escalation in vaccine manufacturing, there is obviously a key requirement to improve and expand the amount of workforce development and training in Africa through the Africa CDC, as you alluded to there. The current situation is that 1% of vaccines used in Africa are made in Africa. The ambition by 2040 is that Africa makes 60% of its own vaccines. That is a considerable expansion in vaccine manufacturing productivity, which will, of course, need, coming back to what Dr. Dong was saying and you've articulated as well, an incredible need to train workers and workforces. And it's important that you've noted the different skill sets and areas that are required to facilitate that, and to help with that amplification, arguably, training the trainers is a key element, and something we've heard about that the GTHB is focusing on as well. So thank you very much indeed. Moving on, so we have Ms. Lee next, and obviously we've heard a lot about the GTHB and the Global Biocampus, etc. What areas do you think will be strengthened further to help build low middle income countries realize that self-sufficiency? How do you think the GTHB will be expanded and diversifying? And we heard some of that already today, but it's an opportunity for you to share some more. And also thinking also, and Dr. Coughlin has referred to this as well, the role that public-private partnerships play in this endeavor as well. So maybe, Ms. Lee, to yourself.
Thank you. Before I respond to your question, I would like to make a small comment to Dr. Benjamin regarding that regulatory training specifically provided by Australia. So I want to highlight that Korea has equivalent or a little bit different infrastructure regarding regulatory training. So the listed NRA, KMFDS, Korea NRA has built two separate public training centers. One is focused on the didactic NRA strengthening, and the other one is a hands-on facility. So a lot of dossier training and also mock inspection can be done in that facility for NRA staff. But those two different NRA strengthening centers can serve Korea, KMFDS, as well as the other global, particularly focused on the LMIC. And IBI would like to add our clinical development capacity, and we are kind of in the early discussion to form some consortium to provide the fellowship type of program to multiple countries. And what we need is, as you mentioned, is a kind of sustainable financing for this program. So please be informed about that. Thank you. And regarding the what is really needed beyond the training, so I think this is the question that Dr. Rich Gordon has addressed. So after the training, after train a lot of people, thousands of people, where are they going and what they are working on? And after those training, will the vaccine or manufacturing biologics product will be really enabled in specific countries? So I think for that, we need a lot of things. First of all, I would like to highlight the importance of end-to-end ecosystem. I know only vaccine, but vaccine alone, to be able to produce, get the market authorization, and sell the vaccine, we need good laboratory, we need good R&D centers, we need good RAs, we need good clinical people, and we need vaccination strategy, and we need policy people as well. So all those things need to form to push this biological product forward. that's important. So end-to-end ecosystem building effort within the country and within the global community. That is one thing that I want to highlight. And to support that, alignment among the funders and avoid the duplication and end-to-end streamline support to this ecosystem building. I think that's important. So good university, good manufacturing facility, good R&D, and all those are building some system. I think Songdo is a specific example. We have a lot of multinational biomanufacturing companies here. We have SK, we have Samsung Biologics, we have good universities around here, and also the public-private partnership within the Songdo Incheon city, and also MOCW. All those are building this ecosystem, and I think this is a model for us to move forward in the future. So lastly, I would like to highlight the partnership with industry partners. So tonight, also, every time when we have this massive GTH program, we have a kind of special night called the mini convention. So we invite a lot of cutting-edge technology provider into this training field and let them speak about their technology. So after 5 previous efforts in doing this, I have heard a good news. I'm not sure if I can talk about that tonight or not. It may be still confidential, but I'm so thrilled to talk about that. So one of the mini convention participants approached me and said that we are tech transferring some of our biological products to Zimbabwe. So it's almost done. And I really hope there will be some more, because any private partnership will also help. And I think GTHB is also willing to support those private partnerships and add a little bit of public effort in that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. So there we are. We've heard from 3 of our panelists. We're going to hear from our final panelist as well. And with this respects, Dr. Yang, you've shared a little, obviously, on the GTHB and, of course, the Global Biocampus, and the incredible work that's been done to facilitate training. I was very impressed with the number of people that are likely to be trained by 2030. It's absolutely astounding. And in terms of how do you monitor this, how do you gauge the impact and the outcome of the workforce development training? How do you ensure that the training is valid, is applicable? There's thousands of people being trained here. How do you ensure that quality, dare I use that word, that quality of the training that's being provided, and how do you oversee that yourselves? So maybe some thoughts on that. Thank you.
That is very, very important things we have to do. And so when I started to work here, I got to think over that evaluations method for our training several times. But still, I don't have my concrete solution on how to do that. So what I thought about that is, I think I reviewed some data for the number of the participants and the number of the countries to attend our training. I think the basic data would be very important for us to evaluate some signals to evaluate our training impact or something like that. First, I think that we can, from now until now, IBI, who delivers the GTHB training, performed some of the impact analysis. And then on the other hand, I'd like to enhance this the evaluation tool further. So it could be some kind of the educational database. I don't know how to give the word for that system, but I'm thinking to develop some database system to put our every data into one system, and then get some the output. evaluations in a very different ways. So, as I mentioned, I do not have some the concrete solutions for that, but I'm thinking to develop that kind of the programs to get some the evaluations data by using that the database system. And then the other thing I thought was to get some the benchmark with the other training the facilities over worldwide, I think. So maybe the panelists here today can give more idea for me to do further. So for that, to find out some the evaluation method, I think. So I'd like to get some your idea or for that. And then the other things, yes, benchmark can be some our adoptions from the cases from the global experience for evaluation for the impact assessment and in the other future programs development. Yes. So please share your idea with us for that evaluation. And then, so we have some the staffs who get majored in the education in the university. So I think we can borrow some that kind of the tools for evaluating that trainings in a various ways. That is my big task to do for the next year, I think. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So there we are. We've heard from all four of our panelists in terms of their perspectives from their organizations, and we've heard from them with regards to the specific questions. And in fact, I call for support there from Dr. Yang in terms of thoughts as to how to assess and gauge the training elements that have been undertaken by GTHB. We've also heard specifically from two particular regions, so the Asia-Pacific region from Dr. Coughlin, and of course from the East Africa and the Africa-wide region from Dr. Nandwi, in terms of the training requirements needed to meet the vaccine manufacturing expansion that's planned and scoped in future. So as we've heard, not only about the expansion of the need for training, but the specific elements, what specific skill sets are needed to support that, and the commensurate elements such as the regulatory affairs, the quality, the supply chain elements as well. We've obviously heard a little as well about the public-private partnerships. We've heard about that as well from the perspective of the GTHB and, of course, the Global Biocenter in terms of the gauging of the training elements as well. So there's a lot of food for thought there in terms of what we've heard from a human resources and training perspective. And I just wanted to see if there's any comments or questions from the floor. We do have a few moments left, so I just wanted to offer the opportunity for anyone to have any questions or thoughts. If you want to just pop your hand in the air and we can hear from yourselves if there's anyone. And I'm scanning around. If everything was clear. Does anybody have any ideas how to gauge and assess training of workforce and developers? Anybody have experience of this? I mean, one of the things that I'm thinking in terms of that, of course, is how to assess with the feedback from the respective trainers, from the respective trained individuals, and maybe after a period of time getting their feedback and thoughts on the application of what they've learned. So let's say they are trained this week, next week, last week here in Seoul, part of the training elements of GTHB. And then maybe in 6 months' time, see whether they're still using those skills and those experiences. How applicable are they? Now, they might be applicable in the short term, in the immediate months when they go back to their respective home and their workplace, but are they still valid and equitable in 6 months' time? And I guess the other question there is, how transferable are those skills? Do people take those skills back to their respective workplace and train other people? Do they pass that on? Do they become trained trainers in their own right? And I'm just wondering, Dr. Coughlin, I can see you poised with the microphone.
Sure.
I'm sensing you have some thoughts on this.
No, I don't think I'm going to give you an answer, but I just wanted to stress, I guess, I'm from the health side, right? But ADB also has an education team, right? We're vastly experienced working with different types of people, you know, through university-type training to vocational training and education. So I think what we can do for any sort of effort for capacity building, we can just knock on the door of our neighbours and talk about, you know, the sort of pedagogy of things. Are we doing things in the right way for building people who are fit for the workforce? So I think, you know, overlapping those types of expertise is something we can bring to the fore and put it into the countries where this expertise is needed. The other thing, and I think is, you know, there's long been thought around the kind of uselessness of many academic metrics, right? How many publications have you got? How many citations you've got? And everyone's thinking hard about impact. You know, is your work making its way into policy, into guidelines, into practice? And I think, you know, that whole sort of realm of thought, and we're working with, you know, some of the peak journals in the world to say, well, how do we measure that more accurately? And with AI tools, we can certainly scour a lot more materials, grey literature, than we used to. So I think there's new ways emerging for us to evaluate the performance of any of our activities. And I think also, you know, citizen science and people being able to feed back is also another potential element, right? Rather than just formal surveys and things. There's lots of innovation from different sectors that I think we should be pulling here. So that our health systems are much stronger.
Thank you very much indeed for those thoughts, Dr. Coughlin. Dr. Nandwi, coming to the University of Rwanda, I mean, it's an institute I've had the pleasure of visiting. I visited University of Rwanda last year, and it's an institute that the SEPI has the honor of collaborating with on a number of clinical trials. But from an academic perspective, how do you monitor the training? How do you amend the lecturing and the quality, the gauge the elements of the training that you're delivering and implement changes to that? Are there lessons that we can learn from the University of Rwanda in this respect?
Thank you, Matthew. It's not an easy question because, you know, all those activities require financial implications. And we need to work with our partners to make sure that the training is of good quality, the content is meeting the demand, and all those need skilled personnel. So in our perspective, we don't have all skilled personnel, I mean all experts on the ground, and we leverage on the pool of experts. So we normally have people from around the world who can contribute to any of the training activity at the university. And they also help upskill national faculty to grow up and be able to train themselves. So we have a coaching system to pair the national faculty and the international experts. And it is my role to map who is capable, who is coming to support the nationals, who is coming to support the curriculum development, and who can provide the financial support. So I need to make sure that all those elements are brought together in order to ensure that the training is of good quality. And additionally, I need to make sure that the training is flexible. We normally use a blended program because we are training healthcare professionals, we are training people who are already employed. So we need to make a flexible program that allow trainees to actively participate, but also serve their institution. That's why we make a blended program. For example, for our master's program, normally students, they come for a month each semester. So they came in Rwanda a month per semester, and they continue running online. So we invested in online platform which can support students run from their workplace. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you very much indeed. And certainly, Ms. Lee, I'm thinking now in terms of IVI and how you market the course, market the training courses that you offer. How do you select the people to come to the course? So I guess, you know, many people apply to come and be trained. How do you choose who you train? Because this comes back to what was shared on the slides earlier in terms of understanding your market.
That is very simple question. So to answer, so we totally 100% depend on Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare and WHO. So joint committee between those two organizations has the authority to select the participants. So and WHO and Korean MOHW has a very clear criteria that we can transparently show the applicants, and based on the criteria, the selection is going on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
But can I add one thing about this kind of the training methodology and impact as well? So I think we are having, the IBI has a twofold approach. So discussing with Dr. Yang, we are trying to have kind of regular get-together, virtual get-together with the graduates of G2HB and ask who they were and who they are, what they are working on now, and how that has been impacted their work life. So I think those questions will be asked, we are planning, and will be asked continuously, and we are going to evolve and our methodology of this survey. And thank you for the idea of the AI. I think we'll proactively consider about that. And regarding the training methodology, we focus on the trainees' experience and perception and acceptance. So we are not just, we have so much wonderful faculty members. They're so great in terms of training contents, but it doesn't guarantee that trainees will learn the content. So we focus on the trainees' experience and set the objective to monitor the right behavior change of the trainees and set the test target to observe and monitor those behavior change. So that is the streamline of each of our training module, and we try to realize that very hard. Thank you.
Great. No, thanks very much indeed, Ms. Lee. And certainly I'm going to give Dr. Yang you the last chance, last word, as it were. Now, I've had the pleasure of lecturing on a number of the IVI courses, the GTHB courses, but it's interesting to know how you shape the curricula, how you decide the content, how do you map out what is going to be taught per specific training courses to then reach out and identify folks like myself to come and lecture on the course. Maybe a few words on how you scope the curricula for the course, if that's possible.
Do you mean to develop some the curriculum for the training? You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah. So what I have some planning is to collaborate with some the network campuses. So in our organizations, we have the Global Bio Campus Advisory Board. And then, yeah, so we will discuss about some curriculum and training program. So among the committee members from that GBC advisory board members. And then after having some that curriculum, and then we can get the final the approval by the board members. So as we have this kind of the procedures, the first step is to discuss with our advice board members, and then as I mentioned several times, so we have a very different strength based on the network campuses. and we have also IVI. So we have different specialized area depending on the partners and the network campuses. And also, we may have another external partners to deliver some of the specific training based on that needs. We have to find out. For instance, that regulatory process for the biologics and so on. So after integrating these or the opinions from our the advisory members and our partners, so we can develop our curriculum. So that's the answer.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. No, that's a nice answer to the question, nice close to the session. And with that, I'd like to thank all of my panel members, all of the panel members who provided excellent interpretation of what they're doing. And with this, I'd like to hand back, well, first of all, a round of applause for the panel, please, maybe.
Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you to our moderator for leading the session. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a huge round of applause to our panelists as well. Now you may return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your engagement and participation until the end of session 3. And we will soon commence the closing session, which will be starting from 5:30 at this venue. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Bio Summit 2024. Now it's time to begin the last program of our journey. And now, without further ado, let us commence this closing ceremony. And this closing ceremony will feature brief summaries on the discussions we had together over the 2 days. And we will be holding an MOU ceremony here at the stage for business agreements with each international organization to expand the global health network. And after that, we will wrap up with the closing remarks delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Pang Min-soo, the Minister for Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite the first speaker to the stage, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to each and everyone for joining us today until the very last moment of our journey. Thank you. And now, let us have a briefing on session 1. For that, today we're joined by our chair of session 1, Dr. Sun Kyung, head of the K-Health Media Initiative. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the presenter with a big round of applause.
네, 감사합니다. 세션 1 간략하게 보고드리도록 하겠습니다. 2024년 세계 바이오 서밋의 첫 번째 세션은 글로벌 헬스케어를 위한 미래를 바꿀 선도 혁신 기술의 집중적인 육성에 대해서 논의를 했습니다. 특히 고난도이지만 성공했을 때 파급 효과가 큰 하이리스크 하이리로드 연구 개발의 전략에 중점을 두었습니다. 유럽연합의 제다이, 덴마크의 혁신센터, 독일의 스프린디, 또 한국의 K헬스 미래 추진단을 포함한 여러 국가의 주요 연사, 패널 및 참석자들이 헬스케어 R&D에 대한 혁신적인 접근 방법을 국제적인 관점에서 공유했습니다. 주요 내용을 간략하게 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희는 5개 주제 발표와 패널 토론이 있었습니다. 첫 번째 주제는 고난도이나 성공했을 때 파급 효과가 큰 R&D 프로젝트 발표에서는 헬스케어 R&D에서 파괴적 혁신의 중요성을 강조했습니다. EU의 제다이, 독일의 스프린디, 덴마크의 이노베이션 센터 덴마크가 추진하고 있는 기관별 추진 전략과 자금 지원 방안을 소개했습니다. 두 번째 도전과 전략 발표에서는 R&D에서 개발된 기술이 시장 진입을 하기 위해서 반드시 극복해야 하는 단계인 죽음의 계곡을 강조하면서 헬스케어의 혁신 및 공중보건 요구를 해결하기 위해서 신속한 자금 조달과 파괴적 혁신을 추구하는 것은 실패가 아닌 학습의 기회로 장려한다고 하는 연구 생태계의 조성의 중요성에 대해서 논의를 했습니다. 세 번째 글로벌 협력 발표에서는 고난도 고보상 프로젝트를 확장하고 유지하기 위해서 국제적 파트너십의 필요성을 반복적으로 언급하였습니다. 도전 혁신적인 프로젝트에 대한 투자를 위해서는 국가 간 공동 투자를 통해 금융 부담을 줄이고 글로벌 경쟁력을 촉진해야 하며 시장 진입을 위한 규제 및 정책 등의 문제도 해결해야만 신속한 개발과 보급을 가능하게 할 것입니다. 네 번째 정책 및 규제 지원 발표에서는 급격한 기술 발전 속도에 맞춘 적응형 정책의 필요성이 강조되었습니다. 예를 들어서 독일의 스프린디는 독창적인 기술이 시장에 신속하게 도달할 수 있도록 유연한 규제의 필요성을 강조하였습니다. 다섯 번째 헬스케어 혁신의 미래 발표에서는 불확실한 미래의 공중보건 위기를 대응하기 위한 혁신은 다양한 기술의 융합 및 이해 관계자 간의 활동에서 서로 간의 영감을 주고받아야 하므로 혁신 생태계의 조성이 필요하다는 것이 언급되었습니다. 이를 위해서는 인적 자원과 물적 자원의 교류가 뒷받침되어야 하므로 글로벌 협력의 중요성이 다시 한번 강조가 되었습니다. 공유된 자원과 통찰력을 통해서 헬스케어 혁신이 더욱 효과적으로 가속화될 수 있을 것입니다. 마지막으로 저희 K헬스 미래 추진단의 홍기종 PM이 진행한 패널 토론에서는 혁신적인 R&D 시스템의 성공을 강화하기 위한 국가별 전략을 다시 한번 탐구하였고 미래 공중보건 위기에 대비한 선제적인 투자와 국제 협력의 필요성을 강조했습니다. 종합적으로 세션 1에서는 글로벌 헬스케어의 국가 간 지속적인 협력과 적응 전략을 촉구했고, 공중보건 및 건강 형평성의 혁신을 발전시키기 위한 통합적 접근을 도모하는 것으로 마무리되었습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Son Kyung. Thank you for sharing our fruitful outcomes on innovative research. Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome our next speaker, and we will have a briefing on special session by the chair of the session, Dr. Laurang Franzel. So now we'd like to welcome her to the stage. She is Unit Head of Vaccine Alliances and Partnership of WHO. With that introduction, let us welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Respects to His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Health of the Republic of Korea, and our esteemed guests. Thank you so much for joining us for this closing ceremony. It's my honor to report back to you about the special session that we had in this room yesterday on immunization. And this summit fell perfectly during the 50th year of the celebration of the resolution from the World Health Assembly in 1974 of the establishment for the essential program for immunization. So to have a theme related to future investments for a healthy and secure decade, I can think of no better theme to support the celebration of the 50th anniversary of EPI. Global immunization efforts have saved at least 154 million lives over those 50 years. That's equivalent to 6 lives saved every minute. So over these 50 years, the vaccination against 14 diseases has directly contributed to the reduction of infant mortality by 40%. This is something really to celebrate, and that's exactly what we covered at the special session yesterday. So we had 3 presentations, one from the Gavi Secretariat, one from WHO, and one from UNICEF. And we, WHO, are proud members of the Gavi Alliance with many, many other partners that are working to expand the reach of immunization. And Gavi, since its existence in 2000, has significantly boosted vaccine access in low and middle-income countries. WHO, UNICEF, and other partners with the Gavi Secretariat are working to reach every child. And we discussed during the presentation and the panel that our Immunization Agenda 2030, the strategy that defines our approach for this decade, is actually way off course. So the baseline year of 2019, we had approximately 12.8 million children who go without any vaccination around the world. And in 2023, that number actually climbed to 14.5 million children without any vaccines. So we still have a lot of work to do to strengthen the delivery of vaccines and ensure that all children, no matter where they live, are benefiting from the power and the life-saving value of vaccines. The presentation that I made also highlighted that immunization is not just for newborns and infants. It's also for the adolescents and adults and the elderly. And we saw that very clearly during the COVID pandemic response with the COVID vaccine being rolled out to many, many age groups. The special session also highlighted Korea's important role in immunization. And I want to cover 3 specific areas. First of all, Korea has become a tremendous donor in the immunization space. We heard from our colleague from the Gavi Secretariat that actually Korea was the first East Asian donor and has committed $310 million to Gavi 5.1 strategy. So this is something truly to be thankful for and really celebrate. Thank you to the government. As a supplier, key contributions by Korean manufacturers were also acknowledged. And in the Gavi market alone, there's over $100 million of Korean vaccines being purchased by UNICEF in the Gavi market, including vaccines for oral cholera vaccines and pentavalent and inactivated polio. And finally, I wanted to highlight Korea's role as an innovator. We met with the Wright Foundation, and the Wright Foundation participated in the panel and highlighted their work in bringing what's called microarray patches, a needleless thermostable delivery methodology, so that vaccines can be used in humanitarian settings and conflict settings to prevent vaccine-preventable disease outbreaks. So really, let me please thank the organizers of the summit, thank the Republic of Korea, and thank everyone for joining this closing ceremony.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raurang Rancel, for walking us through the discussions of the special session. Thank you very much for your leadership. And next, we will have a briefing on the second session. At this time, we will be welcoming our chair, Mr. Seo Dong-cheol, Director of Korea Institute for Pharmaceutical Policy Affairs, to the stage. Please welcome him to the stage.
Yeah, it is my honor to provide some take-home points for our presentations and the discussions we had during session 2 at this closing ceremony. Yeah. The theme of session 2 was building robust and efficient supply chains to establish a stable supply of drugs. We discussed minimizing issues that may arise with the drug supply chains with the 7 eminent world experts and who came from either USP, EU, and Samsung Biologics, and Regional Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, CEPI, and SK Biosciences. We heard our panel members' experiences in identifying issues associated with the global pharmaceutical supply chains and how they overcome both expected and unexpected challenges to build stable supply of drugs. The panelists also discussed the impact of their respective organizations' policies or experiences that helped establish and maintain strong supply chains of drugs. Through this session, we identified common problems causing drug supply shortages, which are related with the issues of low price of medications. The low price of medication is important to ensure access to affordable medications. However, low price of medications are one of the significant factors contributing to shortages of drugs. In other words, supply chain disruptions. So low price disincentivized manufacturers of the product and the companies who hold the active pharmaceutical ingredients or key starting materials are less likely to invest in strategies to establish strong supply chains. Second, also, in the Europe, EU, low prices of off-patent medications lead some companies to exit the market. This trend increases the likelihood of depending on few supplies and create supply chain vulnerability. Based on the EU experiences, there are some interesting EU findings related to low prices of generics. 69% of generics marketed in 2022 in EU have less than 2 suppliers. 26 of generics available in 2012 have disappeared from the Europe market because of a low price. Over the past 10 years, the rate of generic withdrawals have increased 12%. Second problem is manufacturing and quality problems. Manufacturing or quality assurance issues reduce the supply of drugs and increase supply chain instability. Third, supply and demand uncertainty. If there is unexpected demand for certain medication, then there is an increased likelihood of a drug shortage. So those three main kind of factors are key factors to cause drug shortage issues. So panelists recommend following strategies to solve these problems. First, they recommend establish global collaborations for strategic investment for manufacturing and strengthening supply chains related to available raw materials. In addition, establishing a regionalized supply chain ecosystem is recommended to reduce dependency on centralized sources. They also mentioned that a shift is needed in the market of low-priced raw materials to guarantee more certainty and predictability of supply to meet demand or creating incentives for manufacturers for reliability and quality in production and delivery. Second, to overcome security of supply issues, the EU is looking, especially this is a EU case, EU is looking at different measures, including public procurement, pooled procurement, reshoring, and global partnerships. Third, the panel members also recommended diversification of supply chains to reduce dependencies from limited supply sources, because supply chain instability was often caused by over-reliance on one or a few suppliers for either finished product or API. Fourth, transparency could be also one solution. Panelists mentioned that we need transparent supply chains and common early warning systems, international harmonization of standard, or multilateral solidarity, or strategic investment project, especially in low and middle-income countries, and open trade instruments. Another recommended strategy is to solve supply chain issue as regulatory harmonization. Regulatory reliance or harmonization is needed to increase easier access of restricted quality medication produced across different global regions. Regulatory harmonization will also enable more transparent product regulatory oversight and make it easier for companies to comply with the regulatory requirements. The mutual goal built between different parties within the sectors or regions will create trust and understanding and ultimately lead to increased access to medicines. We also discussed some additional considerations for strengthening supply chains, but I could not present all of those discussions because of time limits. So as you know, nowadays, most countries are currently restructuring their supply chains and promoting pharmaceutical self-sufficiency to protect their pharmaceutical industry. So from session 2, I hope everyone obtained several key take-home messages and found this session very informative and useful for solving issues of drug supply chain management. So thank you for attending and participating this closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you to our session chair, Mrs. Hall, for presenting the key points discussed during session 2. Thank you. And last but not least, we will be welcoming our last briefing. This time, please join me in welcome the session chair of session 3, Dr. Matthew Dunham, Director of Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks of SEPI, to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed, everybody, and it's been my pleasure not just to summarize session 3, but also to be the panel chair for that respective session as well. We heard presentations initially from the likes of IVI, the GTHB, the WHO, the South African Medicines Research Council, MRC, MOHW, and Bhutan Institute. One of the highlights of session 3, of course, was the ceremonial ribbon cutting to officially open the global biocampus of the GTHB. So there was a ceremony on this very stage with a ribbon. Each member of the panel and presentation committee had a pair of scissors to cut that ribbon. So it was a very photogenic moment. We then heard about the global biocampus. It was introduced and described in terms of its offering of theoretical and hands-on training opportunities, particularly in the biodevelopment, manufacturing, standard practices, etc., for vaccine supply. Since 2022, there have been over 2,000 trained persons have been trained by the GTHB, by IVI, and by 2030, there is a target to have trained 20,000 people, which is an incredible target, an incredible achievement. The GTHB offers long-term training solutions for individual development through the train the trainers and through individual training operations. It tries to coordinate or coordinates the cooperation, of course, with the WHO regional development or regional training centers. Now, it was noted and discussed within the panel and also within the presentations that there is a growth of biopharma manufacturing, a geodiversification of vaccine manufacturing, and as a consequence of this, there is an increased demand or need for skilled, trained workers across this sector. The WHO, Dr. Jusui Dong, kindly supported with her the discussion on the flagship training program of the WHO that was instigated in 2020 to meet this recognized expanding demand for trained workforce and development of the existing workforce. And to date, they have trained over 8,000 individuals in vaccine manufacturing capacity and capability. Also, there are now regional training centers that are encouraged to further aid and improve the training opportunities, especially those in low-middle income countries in the global south. We heard about the training endeavors in Africa, not least to meet that rapidly expanding Africa CDC target to expand vaccine manufacturing such that instead of 1% of vaccines used in Africa are made in Africa, up to 60% of vaccines used in Africa are made in Africa. That alone will drive not just market vaccine manufacturing expansion, but the need for qualified, trained persons. There are, of course, other endeavors in Africa also associated with the WHO Medicines Patent Pool mRNA Hub, with training being driven, for example, out of the Afrigen facility in Cape Town. We then heard about the Senegal Training Forum that was a little earlier this year, and the needs in Africa to align on who we are training. In other words, the nomenclature around the persons being trained, understand the market sector and what's needed there from a supply of of trained individuals, aligning on funders and funding mechanisms to meet that sustainability and connect with the growing industry needs. So we heard about the importance, of course, of the GTHB to the growing workforce development needs, not just in Latin America, but around the world, and how these are tailored to specific needs of vaccine manufacturers. In terms of the panel, it was titled Strategies for Enabling Global Workforce Development Initiatives, and we heard on the training initiatives, not just of Southeast Asia and Western Pacific, but also East Africa, particularly from Rwanda as a case study, to meet the growing needs, and also what are the specific areas of training required. We heard about how the workforce training may be promoted to enhance human resource readiness to enable sustainable biomanufacturing, particularly in the global south, low middle income countries. We also discussed areas of training in Africa that should continue and or change to ensure they meet the needs of the expanding biomanufacturing organizations. We heard about areas and means to strengthen workforce training so that low middle income countries can realize their vaccine self-sufficiency and establish vaccine manufacturing within their respective regions. There is a role that is played by the public-private partnerships, by the public-private sector in training and workforce development, and specifically we heard a lot, obviously, about the GTHB's situation, considering their trainee recruitment, curricular shaping, and gauging of the quality of the training programs provided, and how to assess, monitor this to ensure continued improvement in the future. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you very much. Please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Matt Downham. Thank you for those valuable words. Thank you. This brings us to the end of session briefings. We had 4 briefings here at the stage with all of our audiences who are joining us both online and offline. Now, as another significant achievement and outcome of the World Bio Summit, we will now begin the MOU signing ceremony with the Right Foundation. For your information, the Right Foundation is a distinguished nonprofit organization established with contributions from Korea's Ministry of Health and Welfare, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and 5 prominent Korean life sciences companies. And this foundation aims to enhance global health by capitalizing on the strength of Korea's pharmaceutical and biotechnology R&D sector. So today, the Right Foundation will formalize MOU with the 3 esteemed international organizations, namely UNITAID, the Asian Development Bank, and CEPI, in order to strengthen and expand the global health network. So to commence the ceremony, I would like to now welcome Dr. Kim Hani, Executive Director of the Right Foundation, to deliver her remarks. Let's welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause. So Dr. Kim, you may have the floor.
안녕하십니까, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues and friends. It's an absolute honor to have this opportunity to formally finalize more structured collaboration with 3 of our key partners. What makes this occasion special is, as I look to each of the 3 partners, I am so honored and inspired to see how each partner brings unique strengths that will complement Right Foundation. So as you will see, each partner show up at the table. So for example, as we look to the Asian Development Bank, we really look forward to collaborating around technology transfer from or to a Korean entity, while Right Foundation focuses on supporting R&D aspects. We look to our ADB colleagues to perhaps collaborate on supporting infrastructure or, in the future, procurement. With CEPI's much higher appetite for risks, we very much look forward to taking on higher risk R&D projects, which perhaps CEPI can take on initially, and Right Foundation would be happy to consider supporting the downstream development. with Unitate, I mean, all of us ultimately fund this R&D with the ultimate goal of having an impact on equitable and global access. So we would look to our Unitate colleagues to collaborate on how we can create paths to policy development as well as public procurement that will be affordable and sustainable for local governments and low and middle income countries for health equity. I very much look forward to these structured partnerships with Asian Development Bank, CEPI, and Unitate. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Kim Ha-rin. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will commence the MOU signing ceremony, first with Unitate. So now please join me in welcoming Dr. Donaton Felipe, Executive Director of Unitate. Please come up to the stage and let's welcome him with a big round of applause. And before we sign the document, you may have the floor first. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister Park, and Excellencies and distinguished guests. Dear Dr. Kim, United is about saving life faster. How to do that is through innovation. So I will tell you why it's important for us to sign the agreement and the MOU with the right foundation, because we need to have the right product at the right time for the right people at the right price. That's you need to know, and that's collaboration with the private and public partnership is so important. We need to work with government, and government of Korea, Republic of Korea is a strong supporter of United, and we thanks the government for that. But we need also the industry, and I think it's important that through the PDP partnership to build what we call end-to-end solution from the R&D through the regulatory pathway, and we discussed this morning that it's not that easy, but we need to find, it's a former regulator tell that, but also the procurement and the scale-up. With that vision, and we have that vision in common, I think we can make a big difference, maybe the difference. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And now we will proceed with the official signing ceremony. And Dr. Kim and Dr. Donaton Felipe, we do have our document ready for you to sign. So please read the document, and if you agree with it, please sign the document. And now, if you're done, we need to exchange each other and sign once again the document. Thank you. And now we will have a brief photo shoot. Please have your document face front so that our audience can take a look at the document as well. And we will have a brief photo with our two esteemed representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause and congratulate them. We look forward to their cooperation. Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Kim, please remain on the stage. And Dr. Felipe, now you may go back to your seat. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Donaton Felipe. Thank you for joining us at this meaningful milestone. Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome Dr. Eduardo Avanzon, the Director of Health Practice Team, a Human and Social Development Sector Office of Sector Group at Asian Development Bank, to join this MOU signing ceremony. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause. And first, we'd like to have your remarks.
Vice Minister Park, kindred spirits. You know, the ADB, we call ourselves the Climate Bank of Asia. ADB has Korea as a very key member of ADB. ADB has a nice vision. We call for an inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and prosperous Asia where poverty is not there. And we believe working with Right Foundation, with the Korean government will help us achieve that vision. Access to medicines, vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics will be a key part of achieving UHC, and we look forward with this collaboration with the Right Foundation to continue pursuing UHC and an inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and prosperous Asian Pacific.
Your Excellency, thank you for your meaningful word. And since the Right Foundation and AEDB already signed the document in advance, we will briefly take a photo shoot together. So please stand up and face front. Once again, while we take this meaningful photo, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause to congratulate their cooperation and collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you. And one more photo shoot. Please make a huge smile towards the cameras. Thank you. And Dr. Bonzone, you may return to your seat. Thank you. And once again, please give a big round of applause. Thank you. And next, we will proceed with the last MOU signing ceremony with the CEPI, or the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. And today, we're joined by Dr. Matthew Donham, the Director of Manufacturing and Supply Chain Networks at CEPI. So once again, please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you. And Dr. Matthew Donham will deliver the message of Dr. Richard Hatchett, CEO of CEPI. So he will be delivering this message on his behalf.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be on the stage today for this, signing ceremony. On behalf of Richard Hatchett, CEO, who regrettably can't be here at WBS 24 this week, for which he sends his apologies and, of course, best wishes. Distinguished guests, may I extend Richard's thanks to the Ministry of Health and Welfare, WHO, and all collaborators for this prestigious WBS in Seoul, in South Korea. We, CEPI, are delighted to use today's platform to proudly announce our new partnership with the Right Foundation to accelerate our joint goal to harness the power of science and protect populations most in need from disease outbreaks. Through sustained collaboration and research, we can take the threat of pandemics off the table once and for all. And with that, thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you very much. And thank you. As we, the Right Foundation and CEPI, already signed the document, and we will now right away take photo with our two distinguished representatives. Please stand up and please make sure that we can see your meaningful document. Please come front a little bit. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, so that we can see the document. And please face front, make a huge smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Congratulations to CEPI and the Right Foundation. Thank you. And we'd like to ask our honored guest, please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us and also celebrating this meaningful MOU signing ceremony. We look forward to their solidarity, cooperation, and collaboration. And before we end this ceremony, we do have two more meaningful segments, so please be with us until the very end. For now, we'd like to have a group photo with our Vice Minister who are joining us here and gracing us with his presence. So first photo shoot, we would like to include and welcome His Excellency Vice Minister Mr. Park Min-soo, a Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Vice Minister with a big round of applause. Thank you. And once again, Dr. Kim Ha-ni, Executive Director of the Right Foundation, please come up to the stage and join this photo shoot. And next, Dr. Duneton Felipe, please come up to the stage once again. Dr. Eduardo Vanzone, and once again, Dr. Matthew Donham, please come up to the stage. Yes, thank you for your cooperation. with our Vice Minister for Health and Welfare, will now take a photo together. Please look at the camera at the very center. That's our main camera. Please make a huge smile. Once again, please give a huge round of applause to our esteemed guests. Thank you. And one more photo shoot for other cameras as well. Thank you. And please remain on the stage. We would like to welcome our session briefers, Dr. 선경. 네, 무대로 모시겠습니다. And we'd like to have Dr. Lauren Frenzel, please come up to the stage. And Mr. 서동철 as well, please come join us. This will be our last photo shoot, last group photo shoot. So we ask for your cooperation. Can we make a step to your right? Thank you. Yes, we're ready to take a photo. Look at the camera. Thank you. And we will have 2 photo shoots at this time. Let's gather to the center of the stage together. Yes. And make a huge smile and last but not least, we know what this is. It's a cheer up. Fighting. So let's do this. World Bio Summit once again. Fighting! Look at the camera. Maintain your pose. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much for your commitment and leadership. Thank you. You may go back to your seat. Thank you very much. 네, 차관님 자리로 모시겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you. So this session, the closing ceremony, was a great opportunity that we can hear summaries of our discussions, and we did look back on our conversation as well. And ladies and gentlemen, in order to look back our discussion during 2-day-long summit at World Bio Summit 2024, we prepared very meaningful video. So ladies and gentlemen, please draw your attention to the screen. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to those who have shared their valuable insights for future investments for healthy and secure decade, and also contributed to the betterment of global health. Your participation and support are highly and greatly appreciated. Once again, thank you very much for your support. And before we close this 2-day-long journey, we have a very meaningful closing remarks. Now, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Vice Minister, Mr. Pang Min-soo of the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good evening, dear my colleagues, friends, and our distinguished guests. I'm very proud of you who participate and join this meaningful meeting. And also I would like to appreciate many excellent presenters and discussants at this World Bio Summit 2024. They share their great insight on where to invest for a safe and healthy future. And thank you to everyone who showed great interest and enthusiasm. Over the past 2 days, we've had some great in-depth discussions on 3 key topics. We discussed first, targeted, informative, and trailblazing R&D. Second, robust, resilient, and responsive supply chains. And the last, conjunctive, collaborative, and coherent capacity building. First, we share our national approaches to high-risk, high-return R&D for healthcare innovation. We looked at ways working together on international cooperation. In particular, we look for ways to make a real difference to the future of humanity. Second, we also talked about ways to make vaccines more accessible and fair, and discussed how to expand national vaccination programs throughout their life cycle. Third, we gave you the heads-ups on the status of the global pharmaceutical supply chain. We talked about how governments and companies are responding. Moreover, we looked at the stronger public-private partnerships to build a stable supply chain. Fourth, we share the different ways how to strengthen the human resources for manufacturing vaccines. We also had some great conversation about how to get up the global biomanufacturing workforce training initiative and learning with the new Global Bio Campus. It was great to see so many leading international organizations at the summit. In 5 special side events, we were able to come up with some specific plans for working together on various issues, including global governance of health AI, an Asian network for diagnostic devices, vaccines, and therapeutics in preparation for pandemic response, research and development for vaccines and pandemic therapeutics, and equitable access to R&D. This World Bio Summit has been an open forum for discussion. We have been talking about the most important issues on lessons learned from response, preparedness of health emergencies. In addition, we have discussed the plans how to collaborate. Above all, it's great that we've reached the same conclusion again. To make this investment in future success, we need the help of not only governments and international organizations, but also business and civil society. Going forward, the World Bio Summit will keep on serving as a platform for global healthcare cooperation. And the Republic of Korea will continue to play a leading role in strengthening health security worldwide. The great stuff we shared at this summit will really help us build a solid foundation for global health security. As we wrap up this two-day event, I just want to say thanks again, everyone who joined us at the World Bio Summit 2024. I hope this event will stay with you as a great memory from Korea. It's also almost the end of the year, so we can look back on a good year. I'd like to take this chance to wish you a year of calm reflecting and renewed hope for the health and happiness of humanity. I hope you all get back safely to your home country, and we join again in Korea next year. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for your leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as our Vice Minister just mentioned, I believe that the most important value mentioned in today's briefing is collaboration. Based on the discussions held here at the World Bio Summit 2024, I encourage each and everyone to contribute from their respective positions to create a safe and secure world. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a great memory here in Korea and wish you a safe journey back home. Thank you once again for your support and participation. Thank you and see you next year. Thank you very much and goodbye. 여러분 안녕히 돌아가십시오. 고맙습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an optional segment.